Hello, hi everyone. Today we are a little early, I think 3 minutes. So that's a cool one because we have the cameras from the beginning. Just a moment, I just want to make sure that everything is okay. There's no echo. Do confirm once, guys, so that we can begin with the first move, which is going to happen soon. Top board, Praggnanandhaa. Let me show you quickly some standings here. Yes, there we have. These are the standings currently, and isn't it amazing that on number one spot it's Praggnanandhaa, number two Nihal, then Samuel Sevian, Kovalev, Ju Wenjun, who is playing incredible chess here, and we also have Aryan Chopra, who yesterday beat Arjun, and he's right now on seventh spot. So this is really going to be amazing today. One of the thing which I must tell you guys that on top three boards today, just look at the pairing. Kovalev versus Praggnanandhaa, Nihal versus Samuel, and Tabatabai versus Aryan. We have Indians there, but this is the board currently which we have. Just a minute, let me just make sure. 1 second to make sure that if we can change the angle, that would be slightly better. I'm just dropping a message there. Broadcast round number 5. It's yet to come over here, but let's have full screen there. And they have some kind of inauguration right now, if you can see. Okay, the games have started. Let's check it out if it has been updated on Lichess. Not yet, but you can see there on the board e4, e5 has happened. Kovalev is white. And guys, do you remember Kovalev? Do you remember something about Kovalev? Knight f3, knight c6 on the board. There we have. Hi everyone in the chat. Array. Everything okay, Game Link? Don't remember Kovalev. Guys, in December there was World Rapid, yes, World Blitz Championship, and Clara mentions rightly against Magnus Carlsen. Have you checked that video on ChessBase India channel where Magnus comes 2.5 minutes late? I don't know, on Leeches it's not yet come, guys. 1 second. Has it started in your Leeches? Or maybe we can just start on chess. Yes, there we are. Okay, it's come. It's right now there on the board. There we have. Everything is set. Everything is fine. Now it's there. Satya Chess says, yes, remember Kovalev, World Blitz, Carlsen came running for his first move with 30 seconds on the clock. Absolutely. That was an insane game insane moment in the tournament hall where everyone's waiting for Carlsen, and oh, it was so damn crazy. It's such a memorable game we had there. You should check out, all those who have not known about it. Do check out the video. Carlsen comes 2.5 minutes late. Okay, so here we have, let Praggnanandhaa as black and e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We are entering Rai Lopez. Okay, there we have, the angle is improving. That's cool. That's cool. Bishop b5, a6. 1 second, just a moment. I think still the Shiva says, I remember Magnus' opponent played slower in order to give him more time for Magnus, which was a very good gesture. Maybe not exactly sure he did that for the same reason, but he's definitely a very nice guy, and he didn't even want to start the game. So yes, that it was true that the arbiters, it was a rule and they couldn't wait any longer. Okay, so no, Magnus is not playing this tournament. Bishop a4, knight f6, castle, and bishop c5 has been played by Gukesh right now. It's the main variation. We'll come back to it. There it's opening. Let's check what is Nihal's opening there. Nihal is white. He plays e4 again, not London system. E4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Mostly Rai Lopez year 2 or Italian. Bishop c4 or bishop b5. What is he going to do? He goes bishop c4. Samuel Sevian is a very, very strong chess player from US. Bishop c4, bishop c5. Okay. Let's go to Tabatabai versus Aryan Chopra. Aryan had yesterday played amazing against Arjun, and they have English opening on the board. c4, knight f6, knight c3, c5, knight f3, knight c6. And it looks very symmetrical. So we have to see what is white going to do next, whether he's going to go for g3 or e3, d4 structures, b3. So let's see what Tabatabai will do. He's from Iran, a strong youngster, definitely with black. Aryan, if he's able to beat Amin, it's going to be a great feat for sure. By the way, Ju Wenjun, she is playing against Marti Rosian, and she has been just playing amazing chess, unbeaten until now, and this is her position, bishop a5. Going to by today, one more interesting game is Volodar Murzin versus Parham Maksudlu. e4, c5. Oh, they have had Sicilian on the board with queen d4 line, not knight d4, the usual knight d4. Knight f6. I think this is check over variation. And yes, Murzin is thinking. The next match is between Gukesh and Arvind. Okay, clash of Indians, let's say. Ishan says, watching chess after so long feels like another part of the world. Are Ishan, why after so long? And what part of the world do you feel? Himang says Savian is the one who broke Hans Niemann's king. Okay. Interesting info. Aditi says, hi Vrita, hope आप 1 मिनट लेट होने पर नहीं डांटेंगे. डांटना चाहिए वैसे तो, बट मैं ही हमेशा लेट होती हूँ. So I can't be a hypocrite there. c4, c6 knight e3, bishop f5 has been played. This spot here, let's just remember, it could become a poison pawn. Knight c3, e6, knight h4, bishop e4, and white has gone for f3. He's not taken the bishop with his knight on e4 yet. We should check this opening. Bishop goes back to g6 and bishop d2. Mostly, Gukesh, if all of you remember yesterday, he stunned us by making a move like long castle when the whole queen side was just bare open, and he long castle. So over here, if he intends to long castle, then it's not going to be a surprise anymore at all. This is amazing that he might have the maximum long castle games, and there he is going to be free to create an attack on the king side. So this is open. This one opening we should definitely check. Gukesh versus Arvind. Arvind has also played very solidly in this tournament, and right now he's black. So let's see what happens here. What are the other pairings? By the way, yeah, there we have Praggnanandhaa versus Kovalev. A very good angle right now, all set. So castle, bishop c5, and Kovalev has been thinking. Yeah, he's thinking for 5 minutes already in the opening. Why would he be thinking? Did he not expect this from Praggnanandhaa? That definitely is a big question. What do you think, guys? Why is Kovalev thinking? Okay. What about the other pairings here? SL Narayanan is playing with Kuibukarov. Okay. And he's black. This is Rai Lopez again, which we are looking at. A3 has been played. So here we will keep a watch. A lot of Rai Lopez's we have been seeing. What is happening in Vidit's game? Let's go there. We have too many people to catch up with. Arjun here has played Sicilian. Arjun's opponent Hippolito Assis Gargatagli. Okay, I will pronounce Assis because that's the easiest for me. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, bishop b5 check, and that's Rosolimo. He's not gone for open Sicilian. Knight bd7, bishop goes to a4. It's not even attacked, but it still goes to a4 over here. Knight f6, because he wants to keep the bishop either on this diagonal and he doesn't want to get it trapped, or after a6 he might want to take here. So here he castles, g6 has been played, rook e1, bishop g7, and white goes c3, definitely intending d4. So this is interesting. In Arjun's game, it is going to be Sicilian. Maybe he was not ready for a6. That's what Anne says. Okay. Possible in Praggnanandhaa's game. We will look at that. By the way, Nodirbek versus Harsha Bharatkoti. That's interesting. And they have played London. d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, bishop f4, bishop f5, e3, e6, knight d2, and Harsha is thinking over here. He'll go this, then it will be very symmetrical, and this is London system. Jo, I guess, आप सबका सबसे favorite है. Am I right? Is London system your favorite opening or no? Is it something else? Another interesting matchup here is Ronak versus Aditya. Two Indians playing against each other. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, g3. Catalan happening there. A little nice little vintage home there. d5, bishop g2. And black developed his knight on c6. Okay, that's interesting. And Ronak is thinking. You can see he's down to 1 hour 20 minutes because 100% he did not expect knight c6. So that is a surprise which Aditya has managed in the opening. Not like Ronak would not know what to do, but because he would not be expecting this, definitely he will have to think of what other plans he's going to choose. Clara says no. Miyamoto says London system. Somik says no. Array, not London is not everybody's favorite. Okay, interesting. I earlier everybody's favorite it was, right? Was it your favorite 2 years ago, guys? Okay, here Vidit is black and d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, c5. Vidit has gone for Tarash defense. C takes d5, E takes d5. Oh, that's going to be very interesting. Tarash is quite dynamic, and we have to see if Tin had was expecting Tarash or it's a big surprise for him because again, look at his time 1 hour 20 minutes. इससे पता चलता है you kind of understand in the opening like Tin has to start thinking from move number 5th, yeah, what he should do. He will know everything a lot. I mean, at least the main plans of the main lines you obviously know. It's very hard to give such a kind of opening surprise which opponent is not going to know at this level, but still to recollect and to try and bring in psychology ki okay, in this line with it might be prepared the best, maybe this is what he's expecting, maybe this is where I can try to equalize and all those kind of things. There is a lot um, about even opponent's mindset which he should think about. So here I would say definitely all those who have managed in the opening to surprise their opponents in respect where they were not expecting such a line is a very good idea there. I mean, that's definitely a first success, first little achievement on the board. Next is to be able to sustain. You have surprised, but now what? Are you yourself enough prepared for that? Okay. Satya says no more London, please. GM Srinath's course is awesome, although. Yeah, Srinath, as always, is an amazing coach there. So, yeah, this is Vidit's game. He has played Tarash, and we should definitely keep a watch on this opening as well as Vidit's game. Going to Setu Raman, we are just checking all the games, all the openings which have been happening right now on all Indian players board. If there is anything like, what to say, any weird opening, any big surprise. So it's semi-Slav. White has exchanged the dark square bishop and now putting most of his pawns on dark square. But look at this move. G5. What a cool move there. Because if you take, I mean, of course, they are prepared. You can see Yufa has 33 minutes. And if you take here, then there is, maybe queen G5 here. And this is hanging and here you are taking and this is also hanging. So very nice move G5, queen D2. This was attacked, so he defended it. And now Setu is thinking. He can take here, but he also has a very interesting move H5. So this one is an interesting opening again. By the way, another match between Indians. Okay, that's a little bit maybe not the best for us because they both are playing. I mean, two Indians are playing against each other. Of course, you cannot avoid with such less players in one tournament. But here there is bishop b4. It's queen's Indian. Sorry, Ragozin. Bishop d2, queen e7, e3, bishop d2, queen d2. Dark square bishops has been exchanged and bishop c4, c5. Black has simply castled, very quick development on the king's side and immediately striked in the center. He has not waited for his development to complete, his knight to develop, his bishop to develop. He's ready to simplify. So he plays d5. Adiban has played. Leon has 1 hour 20 minutes. Again, Adiban has managed to kind of have this little achievement in the opening, we can say. Nightbot says you can put lipstick on Bogo, but it's still Bogo. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a tweet, right? What? Am I asking Nightbot? Really? I don't know. But I have a very bad memory. Plus, I am not active on social media, so it's very hard to remember things for me. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. This game is between Peter Axe and Murali Karthikeyan, and it's Vienna opening, I guess. Two knights. No, it's yeah, very interesting one. It's kind of looks like Scotch, but is not. A lot of theory is here, and it's a very interesting line to try it out, guys. With white, for sure, you must try it out. All of this is opening, and you can see both of them are prepared. In fact, Murali has 1 hour 34 minutes. F3, the knight is kicked. Again F4 by this, in this sense, just go back a move and it's like white has got a free move, F4. So that's how it is. Bishop goes to E3, bishop goes to B6, and Peter Axe is thinking what line he will choose. Many of the times this converts into opposite colored bishop with dark square bishop against this light square bishop. So it has a very interesting what to say, interesting ideas there. Okay, going to Abhimanyu Puranik's game, he is black there, and again some weird opening maybe there. Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, d5. No, it's main line. Knight d5, queen b3, knight goes back to b6, d4. White takes control of the center. Black develops his bishop to g7, and this bishop to g4. Bishop goes to e3. Right, bishop takes f3, g takes f3. What is white king going to do? In fact, black has won a pawn. Is it an opening? Preparation. He wins a pawn. White is thinking he will get compensation by either long castle or rook d1. The question will be, is he going to get enough compensation? So that's what Abhimanyu has gone for, winning a pawn. And I guess we have, by the way, Abhimanyu Mishra is black and he's playing against Misraddin Iskandarov. And the position is under control yet. Okay, I think we've covered all the games. I don't know if I missed any opening to begin with, but if I missed, do let me know. And now let's go to the most important game on the top board, Kovalev versus Praggnanandhaa. For a moment, we should have the full screen there. Look at how Prag is thinking. Okay, coming back, New Max says, yes, love from Oklahoma. Namaste. Namaste to you as well. Satya says SL Narayan's game is interesting. Knight g5 played by white. We will check it out. Okay. Bishop a7 has been played. Last two moves after c3. Praggnanandhaa castled d4, and now he went back bishop a7. So, shall we check the opening, guys? Shall we check how many? Any guesses how many games would be played at this point of time? How many games in this line at this moment do you think would be there in the database? Where did I reach? Bishop e5, e6, bishop e4, knight f6, castle, bishop c5. 234, 150, 310, 1389. VPAT says, love from Canada. Hope to see you and Sagar Bhai at candidates next year. कैंडिडेट्स, अच्छा यू मीन कवर करने के लिए ना? वही बोला मैं, खेलने का तो कोई चांस नहीं है. सो बिशप b5. ये 234 150 look very less, guys. No, it's not possible. Rai Lopez. Okay, there we have a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop c5, and you see already more than 3000 games in bishop c5, and he plays c3, 2400 games. Castle has been played, and d4. Oh, इतना कम गेम है. Wow, guys, well done. He goes bishop a7. Here we see that it is marked as a good move. And who has played bishop a7? Oh, look at this. Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen, Magnus, Magnus. Magnus has played this also 2019, 2020, 21, but nothing in 22 or 23 with strong opponents. And he has not lost a single game. He has drawn and he has won. Okay. Who else has played? Hari Krishna has played. Van Forest has played. Swidler, Nihal. You can see how many times Nihal has played this, and he has also not lost. In fact, he has beaten Grishchuk in this line. So, quite interesting there. Praggnanandhaa doesn't seem to have played this, because I mean he would be here in top if we mostly would have seen his. Let me just go to name wise alphabetically and make sure if he has played this ever. No, you can see Praggnanandhaa has never played this. So if I go back for a moment, bishop a7, d4, yahan pe bishop c5, and now I'm going to check if Praggnanandhaa had played this. That's something which we should see. By the way, now Caruana, Anand, I mean bishop c5 has been tried by many people, but whether Prag played this or not, what I am trying to right now look at is on ChessBase 17. I'm looking, this is how we prepare for opponents. So if you are a serious chess player, definitely you should consider working on ChessBase. This is ChessBase 17, sorry. So PR, no, I don't see PRA. So Praggnanandhaa has never played this, which is now very clear to us that when we saw that Kovalev started thinking after bishop c5, because he did not expect this bishop c5. Do you get it? So c3 he played, castle, and now d4. Logical follow-up, c3, d4, and Praggnanandhaa goes bishop a7 here. So white, you can see, has played moves like bishop g5, rook e1, and even d takes e5 has been played by Nepo. So we will see what he's playing and then come back here again. In the meantime, are any moves happening? No. After bishop a7 in the game, they are still thinking. Kovalev is drinking water. Did he make a move? No, he is thinking. He's come down to 1 hour 11 minutes. That is a 20-minute difference already. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says more than 200 people are watching and only 60 likes. बहुत ना इंसाफी है. बहुत नहीं travel with Nikhil Roshan. Only 140 की ना इंसाफी है. But guys, do like the stream so that many people will get to know, and it's going to get super exciting. I am very sure that this tournament will be won by one of the Indians. Aditi says पहले सर या मैम कोई कमेंट नहीं पढ़ता था. IPS गौरव शर्मा से सेकंड प्राइज लेने के बाद पहले पढ़ते थे Aditi. I am 1400. How to reach 2800 all in one tube? It's a question for Magnus Carlsen, right? How to reach 2800, or even Ding, or even Anish. I can tell you how to reach 2600. After 2600, you need help. Okay. So let's go to Nihal's game. They are also playing Rai Lopez, and knight f6, d3, d6, c3, a5, rook e1. This one is the main line, we know that. Knight goes to a3. Sorry, they have played Italian. What am I saying? Is Sagar coming in the end? Yes, today, by the way, it is Sunday, and we have been having Phoenix May camp, summer camp. So it was crazy yesterday on Saturday. Please do happen to visit there if at all you are here, as it is also Sunday, and it's very, very exciting over there. So h3, knight e7, d4, knight g6, the typical maneuver, bishop e3, c6, and this bishop goes back to f1. No such ideas like bishop e6, f e6, opening the f file, and all that. He just goes back, and now you see white has center control. E5 is being attacked by these two guys, and it is defended by these two guys, but that means the knight on g6 cannot easily move away because e5 will be hanging. Also, this knight might jump in on c4, most probably after taking, if he jumps here, then he could eye the d6 and e5, both the weaknesses over there, as well as keep an eye on a5. So that sounds very interesting. Already seems like one of the threat. d5, d5, knight c4 could be in the air by Nihal. He is gone bishop f1. Shall we now go to Aryan Chopra's game? Aryan is black. c4, knight f6. They are having right now bishop b2 has been played. Last move by Amin Tabatabai. And Aryan is thinking, guys, what moves do you if you were playing you would go for here? Can you suggest? I know which move I would go for. Anthu says, can I become GM if I start after 50 years old? Firstly, Anthu, nothing is impossible. So it depends on many factors. But there, even if nobody has become a GM after 50, I mean, which I don't think is possible, but even if that is the case, you can always be the first one, right, and surprise the whole world. So there is, anything is possible. It all depends on your grasping, your dedication, your determination, your belief, your will, your a lot of things. So there is this chance. Rest is up to you. E4 pawn is attacked. Bishop G5. अरे black to play कौन सा क्या चल रहा है अच्छा Bishop G4 guys, notation. So Bishop G4 is being suggested. Bishop E7, Bishop E2 बोला मतलब Bishop E7 ही रहेगा. Bishop D6 is also being suggested. Yes, you can definitely developing this bishop is a logical idea also, because you're doing development. Next you want to castle, seems good. Bishop G4 is also highly possible because you want to pin here, but there is H3 and you might just need to go back. So one of the best ideas after Bishop B2, which firstly you should consider, is that white has not played d4. He has not tried to take the control of the center. So with black, can we try to go d4? This is the question. Why is it going there? I'm not even clicking anything. So can you play d4? This is one question you should consider, because it gives you space in the center. It creates this square for your knight in the future, and then you are going to develop. So this space looks a little uncomfortable for black, and that's the reason d4 looks like a great idea with bishop d6 and castle. We will see what he plays. I guess Aryan will go for d4. I think yesterday we saw he was very comfortable pushing the pawns as well. So let's see if he goes d4. Going to the next game, by the way, Murzin versus Parham has reached this point and it's still opening stage. Gukesh versus Arvind. Yes, this is the game we should also check the opening. Thoi says, I am stuck at 1800 for 1 year. How to reach 2000? By the way, in the meantime, Himank gives an update. Harika is leading FIDE Grand Prix going on right now in Cyprus. Thank you so much, Himank. That's a great news we have there. Yeah. Okay. So, Thoi, you are 1800 for 1 year. How to reach 2000? Number one is that try to solve some difficult studies. I don't know if you have ever tried solving the position of the day, which we have every day on Instagram. But those are imaginative studies. They are not at all easy ones. But definitely you can. It can become a routine. Yeah, every day you are solving one study. That could take some time of yours, but it helps. So that is number one I can suggest. Or you can anyway try to solve studies otherwise also. It improves your imagination, and it in that many times what happens, whatever seems obvious is mostly never the answer, or you get stuck because of not considering opponent's possibilities. I think this is something which you have to get stronger at this level, trying to give as much respect to your opponent's ideas. It's because chess is that, if you are able to consider everything for your opponent, it means that he cannot outplay you. That is the whole point of it, I think. So you have to make sure that you are considering the best ideas for your opponent also. So solving studies will really help. Apart from that, I don't know your other specific weaknesses, but maybe you can try to look at Dvoretsky's Endgame. That would be very much helpful. Rook end games and king pawn end games would be very helpful, I guess. Okay, so let's check this opening. Yeah, Gukesh versus Arvind. Are you guys ready? ChessBase 17. Let's go there, and d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, e3, d4, d5, c4, c6. Am I right? 1 second. In Gukesh's game, yeah, d4, d5, c4, c6, Slav. It was Slav. It is called a Slav. Knight f3, knight f6, e3. Okay, let's go here to reference, and we can see so many 95,000 already here for, sorry, for e3 43,000 games have been played. So he plays e3. Who has been playing this? Carlson, of course, Caruana, Gary, Carlson. Quite a lot of players have played this. So आगे क्या हुआ? c4 c6, knight f3, knight f6 हो गया. e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6. He plays bishop f5. Second common move. Knight c3, e6, knight h4, and he attacks the bishop there. Bishop goes to g. No, he first went to e4. See, both options were there. He could directly go bishop g6, or he could go bishop e4, and both are equally played almost. And Carlson has also played both the lines. So bishop e4. Has he played from black? Yes, Carlson has played once from black as well. And you can see Anish Giri. Anish Giri, as we know, kidhar bhi dikhega he. So he has played all the openings there. Bishop e4. What we need to check, if Gukesh, if Arvind has played this. Arvind, let's go to A and check if Arvind has played this, so that we will know if Gukesh is prepared or not. Yes, look at this. Arvind has played this with Leila Javakhishvili, and that was in 2021. So Gukesh has actually prepared this. Gukesh has actually prepared this. f3, bishop g6 has happened in that game too. Let's see, आगे क्या हुआ? Queen b3 was played in the game. So f3, bishop g6, bishop d2. Okay, so that is where I think the deviation Arvind has done. Guys, we are just trying to check the opening, and I hope you get to learn this line after bishop g6. Bishop d2, 124 games here you can see. That's what Gukesh played, bishop d2. and Carlson, Ding, Wesley, everyone, all top players have been playing this. And Gukesh has gone for long castle. Bishop e7 was played. He goes, did he first? He first goes queen b3, then queen c7, and then he goes for long castle, I guess. 141 games, long castle. So here we are. Let me just check if anything happened. Yes, dc4, bishop c4, a6, knight g6, dc4, bishop c4, a6, b5 is one of the main line, and knight g6, h6. They are. It has happened in their game right now. Knight g6, h6. Oh no, 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 1 second. There was an intermezzo for knight g6. What Arvind played was, what can be the intermezzo, guys, for knight g6? Any guesses there in the chat? What is the intermezzo black can add here with black? What's the use of going bishop e4 first? It is to provoke f3. You can also go bishop g6, but I think provoking f3 will lead to some other interesting options because h2 becomes weaker. b5, yes, absolutely right. b5 is the move which happened in the game here, which we were looking at, and b5 has not been played before. Most probably it should convert in the after h6. Let me just check. Bishop b5, queen e2 was played. Oh my god, I think I went all wrong. You know, guys, he did not take with the bishop at all. What Guki did after d takes c4 was to take with the queen. He did not take with the bishop. So that was a critical difference. And now for a6, knight g6, and here b5 is played. In fact, you can see Arjun Kalyan had played this in 2018. Here Guki went back to e2 and h takes g6 has been played. One game is still happening in the same line. Nasuta is black and Ibrahimli is white, where white went for g4. What did Gukesh play in this open, at this point? King, no, he didn't go that. He went, let me just go to the board. He went a move which is prophylaxis. Can you tell me which is the move, prophylactical move? Yesterday also it happened and yesterday also we discussed it. So that is prophylaxis. There we are, back at the screen. Those who are in the range of 1200 to 1500 right now, you have to work on understanding pieces, as I say, like the maneuvers, the plans, the exchanges. These are important things right now to focus on your level. And one thing stays consistent. Tactics, yeah, tactical patterns, they have to become stronger and stronger, and it will never end whatever level in chess you are, because chess is 99% tactics, they say. Yes, right, king b1, Beloglavi, amazing. This is a prophylactic move. Whenever you have long castled, the king on c1 usually feels discomfort, and what happens is at a critical moment that is being felt कि अरे यार काश ये किंग b1 पे होता था, तो तभी ये फीलिंग ना आए करके अभी वो किंग b1 पे जा रहा है. So king b1 is a prophylactic move, very very common in dragon, and I mean lot of lines where you go long castle. So Gukesh plays king b1, just the feeling, the sense of it, knowing that it is a futuristic necessity. So these are the things which you start learning and you start understanding by seeing the games. कि there is this move कि रुक जा रहा है maybe behind a pawn because later there is going to be, the file is going to be open, something like that. This idea you learn. Then you learn, oh, king is going to a safer spot so that later he doesn't come into a trouble. So this is another idea. All these things will start coming to you as your level is growing, because you want to know that, you want knowledge about that, and you want to try that, because you will definitely go into some kind of what to say problems if you keep your king on c1, and you will lose the game कि यार king c1 पे था, गया पूरा मेरे पे ही अटैक आ गया. So that is the whole thing. What I am trying to tell you is, be aware कि what are the typical mistakes you guys are also making, and what are the plans you can absorb from these top players, while right now trying to think more. Don't try to, whenever a question is asked, try to really think with intensity. एक intensity लाओ. एक, there is a way to do it. One is like you just want to enjoy, you are a club player, a hobby player, मज़ा करना है, साइड बाय साइड पढ़ाई करनी है, ये सब करना है, साइड बाय साइड जॉब करना है, अग्रीड, ऑल ऑफ इट, दैट इज़ वन टाइप. वो भी करो, बहुत ज़रूरी है. And for people who really want to improve, like absolutely want to improve, you cannot be you cannot be right now doing something else also and doing this also. For that, what you need to do is be 100% focused. You need to think कि ठीक है, अभी king b1 खेला, and then black Arvind went for c5, and you are thinking कि you are in Gukesh's place, what will you do it here? You are thinking, and then you can compare, how Gukesh is playing, what did you learn. So jitna the amount of depth and the intensity you are able to put while watching these games and actually looking at what is happening, this training in itself is so huge and so useful that you may not even realize it today immediately, but on a consistent level, it's definitely making your mind fit for this. It's like every day you keep doing exercise. कैन यू सी मसल कितना स्ट्रांग हो रहा है अंदर? यू कैंट सी द मसल, बट यू कैन फील इट. यू कैन फील इट कि बाप रे, टुडे आई कुड लिफ्ट दिस मच वेट, आज मैं ये कर पाया, वो कर पाया. सो दैट हैपन्स सडनली 3 महीने के बाद. यू विल रियलाइज, या यू आर सो फिट. इट इज एब्सोल्युटली द सेम थिंग. Soumit, this is a thumbnail which was prepared on day 1, and it has been going on. It was based on the seedings which were there initially, in the very beginning, way before the live ratings, when Vidit was the top at the top seed, that kind of a thing. So nothing against anybody, anything. And yes, okay, so let's go to, as Surendra Kumar says, can I focus on the matches? Absolutely, I can focus on the matches. Let me just check it out. And d takes c5, Gukesh goes, knight goes to c6, and Bar is absolutely not happy with Arvind's move of knight c6. White to play. What should white play? What are the ideas? Guys, very quickly, just 5 of you, let me know. Very quickly, people. Can we sack knight b5? I like your vision, but ab5, queen b, oops. Maybe what I should do is I should go to leeches again and go here. Wait, yeah. Okay, so what I was looking at is after dc5, knight c6, the question was asked knight b5, ab5, queen b5 over here, and you have given a piece for 2 pawns, but black many times even sacrifices pawns. That is the whole point. He's happy to open this up, and he's simply going to go knight d7, castle and then bring his rook to b8, and it's not going to be enough compensation. But that was a very good question. So knight c6 के लिए let me check. People have suggested f4, e4, knight e4, rook c1. These have been the suggestions. Yes, f4 is a very cool move, definitely a good one, absolutely possible. With the same plan, e4 भी खेलना है, and then e5 you want to kick the knight away. Yes, for sure f4 is good. Another idea is also g4, because you want to go g5 and again same, kick this knight away. So g4 is also a good idea. So f4 and g4 are good ideas. If e4, then maybe black castles right now. And now if you go f4, in this order there seems some problem, because black jumps in with knight d4, goes d4, goes b4, will collect c5 and will get some counterplay. That is the reason where when you play f4, you are still keeping control of the d4 square. And here if castle happens, then you actually in this scenario don't go for e4, anyway you go for g4, so that this little guy over here does an important job of watching this d4 square, and you are not worried about losing the pawn, because the attack looks absolutely dangerous. So Gukesh is going to attack today as well, and we have to see if Arvind can defend himself. Let's go to the next game, Praggnanandha's game against Kovalev. Oh, lot of moves have happened. We have missed some things. He went bishop a7, d takes c5, knight takes c4, queen d5. Prag is still prepared. 1 hour 31 minutes he's having on the clock. Queen d5 is attacking this e4 knight. He goes knight c5. Yes, that looks like a preparation. Bishop goes to c2. Knight goes to e7, attacks the queen. Queen goes back to d1. Queen cannot go to d4, or queen, can it go to d4? Yes, it can go to d4. Guys, queen goes to d4. And why is knight b3 not winning for black? Why is knight b3 not winning for black? White to play. Many moves are possible. You can tell me any one. The best move. ट्रैवल विद निखिल रोशन बोल रहा है इतने जल्दी कैलकुलेशन नहीं होता मुझसे. अरे होएगा होएगा. We just have different styles, Kaustubh. Thank you, Surendra. Yes, queen. I mean, exactly. Look at this thing over here. With this kind of a castle, and again, importantly, yesterday also we learned that when there is a pawn on e5, there is no knight on f6, and there is this pawn on h7, plus these guys there. It can come in any combination and magic can be created. So bishop h7 is definitely a very strong move there. This knight g5, and later you can even collect this, but it's already over. So you cannot win the material there. But anyway, what Kovalev went was queen d1 and Prag went d5. He finally gets a pawn in the center, and en passant is happening right now. All of you, I guess, of course, you know the rule. E takes d6, queen takes d6, queen takes d6, and c takes d6. Endgame, we are entering a queenless middle game. This is not endgame. This is queenless middle game yet. So all minor pieces exist on the board. And what are the main imbalances you see in this position? Kovalev versus Praggnanandhaa, top board today. Kovalev is sitting on the board. Praggnanandhaa, you can see, is not very often on the board. Seems very well prepared. D6 pawn isolated. Absolutely well done. Normi, Saumik, Shri Hari. And Aditi, d6 pawn has become isolated. But how do you start with imbalances? Actually, if you have to try to consider, how do you even start looking at them? You start with, let's say, if you look at the pieces, yeah, let's just compare this rook versus this rook. No, none of them are active. This knight versus maybe this knight. No, this knight is not yet developed. This is developed, but they are not yet at their best potential. This knight versus this knight. This knight is already eyeing some important squares. It is well placed as of now. Could be kicked away in the future. It's not a permanent spot. So, whereas this knight can also jump to d4 and it cannot be kicked away ever. So, maybe right now slightly black knight, maybe very slight, but not much. Now, just let's check the bishops here. This is a definitely beautiful bishop there, keeping pressure on f2. And this is a beautiful bishop controlling all important light squares. Okay. What about the dark square bishop and light square? They both have not yet developed, but because we know this in the pawn structure, there is right now isolated. Bishop f4 is again a good diagonal to attack this. So these are pieces wise. As of now, you cannot say white's pieces are better or black's pieces are better. They're still developing and improving themselves. Now let's try to look at the development. White has to still get out two pieces, black has to get one piece. So for development, slight advantage goes to Praggnanandhaa. But now when we look at the pawn structure, as we know, these are how many pawn islands, guys? How many pawn islands for black and how many pawn islands for white? Kaustubh, no plan as of now to play any tournament. Ancient Movie says, where is Sagar Shah? He is at the Phoenix Mall. We are having a summer camp there. It's free for all, anybody, any age. Do try to drop in if you're from Mumbai. It's super exciting. Many people are coming there. It's between 3 to 7. 2 for white and 3 for black, says Sudarshan Rangan. Sudarshan after a long time. Hi. Yes, absolutely. So 3 pawn islands for black there, which goes in white's favor there. So the development, slight advantage for black with development, which is a temporary advantage. Why is development a temporary advantage? क्योंकि एक बार डेवलपमेंट हो गया तो वो चला जाएगा, राइट? सो इफ वाइट इज एबल टू डेवलप हिज पीसेस एंड ब्लैक हैज ऑल्सो डेवलप्ड हिज पीसेस, then there won't be. So it's a part of temporary advantage. And the question will always arise that can you stop white's development or can you take advantage until white is getting developed? So that is why it is important to observe. If you look at the center, white does not have any pawn in the center, whereas Prag has one pawn on the central file which could be pushed to d5, and there can be a strong outpost on this open file. So these are important things to observe, and after observing everything, what we realize is that one factor which is more of a trouble for black is the isolated pawn. That is one thing. Queens have also been exchanged. When you have an IQP, what do you try for queens? IQP is like the queen pawn. So what you really want to try is to create some kind of dynamic play, some kind of attack. So is it going to be possible for Prag? He needs to be careful. And we will see with black, but because he's so well prepared, I don't have any doubts that he would know where his pieces lie the best. And accordingly, he will be able to manage this. Yeah. Let's go to अरे निखिल, अब भी पूछ रहे हो पॉन आइलैंड क्या होता है? पहले तो कोई आइलैंड पे जाओ और थोड़े देर मेडिटेशन करो. ओके, डेफिनेटली इसमें तो डांट ही पड़ेगी. बट लेट्स गो टू निहाल्स गेम. वेयर डिड वी लीव लास्ट? आई गेस knight a3, castle h3, knight goes back to e7, d4 has been played, knight g6, bishop e3, c6, bishop f1. Yes, we left at bishop f1, and here Samuel took the pawn on e4. He takes the pawn on e4. Is he becoming a pawn up? Or is there anything? What should white play here? Is there any disco? How is white going to recover the pawn? Very quickly, white to play. Okay, Nikhil, I will explain pawn islands again one more time. But right now, white to play. Exactly. Guys, we want some quick and fast moves today. Let's get activated. DE5 is the right move as Normie says. The idea, there was no discovered attack there. And right now, you are threatening bishop a7 and rook e4. So black would have had to take this bishop. Rook takes, and now he cannot take on e5 because he will lose the piece. So d5, and this is how you have recovered the pawn on e4. I mean the pawn which you had lost. So this was, oh, this has by the way happened in the game anyway. c4 played by Nihal. Bishop e6. This was under attack. So bishop e6 and Nihal goes queen e1. How long does it think? You can see he thinks only for 29 seconds, no? Almost. Yes. And he goes queen e1. Somehow, what was the other move which the engine was recommending? Engine was recommending to keep the queen on d4, which also protects the e5 pawn. And yeah, and maybe then later you have your rook can actually, this could be very interesting. This rook can shift here, this rook can come here, d5 can be put more under pressure. So this, and then maybe if there is any pin, then afterwards, no, there cannot be any pin. But if d takes c4, then knight takes c4 ke baad, these two are big weaknesses there. So black cannot easily take on c4 unless there is bishop c4, queen c4. So which means that white will be left with a bishop, this light square bishop against the knight. Okay, so he went queen e1. How does it change here? Black played knight c5. Samuel goes knight c5 right now, and Nihal is thinking he can go rook d1 and have a pin over here, or he can go b3. The idea is now if you play a4, then you have b4. The point is if you don't play b3 and if black gets c4, then to play b4 there is en passant, and no, knight b3 is also not there. So that is also okay. So b3 is not a forcing move for sure. So rook d1 looks good actually. Nihal mostly will play that. Shall we go to Aryan's game? Queen e1 is still his prep. Yes, Rachit, I completely agree with you. He is very relaxed. 30 seconds he just took for that move. Okay, shall we go to Aryan's game? In Aryan's game, they have reached this position after knight d4, castle, bishop e2, rook e1, rook e8, castle, and a6 has been played. So, Nikhil Roshan, aapka sawal, what are pawn islands? Pawn islands, I will right now show you. What is an island? Where it is surrounded by water on all sides. Similarly, if you see these pawns here, you can see that there is a break here. Let's consider it there is water on all sides. If there was a pawn here, then no. So यहाँ पे एक break हो रहा है. There is no pawn here, so that is one break. Then you have another pawn here. Then you have another pawn over here. But on e file there is no other pawn, so there is another break, and then you have these three pawns over here. So these are connected. That's one. This one is there, and these two are connected. In a way, these are three pawn islands. Whereas for white, these are connected, 4 pawns, and these two are connected. These are 2 pawn islands. If you have to say family, ये साथ साथ है, ये साथ साथ ये भी है एक, but they all are in one house. So that's like a island, and we say the lesser the pawn islands, the better, because more the pawn islands मतलब क्या है? More the weaknesses. More the pawns are going to be weak. When it is one pawn island, you can see they all can protect each other. When it is an isolated pawn, because there is no other pawn which can protect it, you will need pieces to protect the pawn. That's the whole point. But with isolated pawn, what are the main things? You have two files open adjacently. This is important. What does it mean? The two files and the isolated pawn will give you these two squares. Generally, if these squares, if you can get your pieces here, then that is really amazing. So you can here e4 or c4, but c4 is well covered, and knight e4, black would really love to jump there at some point, but as of now the d5 has to be protected. So this is the whole thing. Whew. Sorry, I think I was talking continuously, but I hope I was able to make a point. Okay, so Rook C1 has been played by Amin Tabatabai, and Aryan is thinking he has to decide on a plan, what he needs to do. Does he need to exchange this? Is there any tactics happening there? One thing you can look, H2 looks slightly, slightly weak there to start putting pressure. So a lot of ideas in the air. And computer suggests an interesting idea with h5, but I am just wondering what is the problem for knight h5, bishop h5. Knight d4, and you cannot take queen d4 because your h5 is hanging. So e takes d4 and bishop f5. Okay, this looks extremely hard to me to just give up such a pawn on h5. So I wouldn't say that it's a human move at all. So Aryan is thinking, can we go to Praggnanandha's game one more time? Yes, cd6, and Kovalev has played knight a3. Yes, Praggnanandhaa comes to the board. He just played knight a3. So Praggnanandhaa now is writing the move. If I can try to show you. Adjusting his chair, maybe he'll drink water. But he's relaxed. He's very relaxed. Okay, so he is going to think with black. He can develop his bishop to g4. He can advance the pawn to d5 and stop knight c4. He can even go b5 and go bishop b7 and also stop knight c4. So these are the options with Prag. We will see what he is going to choose. Nihal, in Nihal's game, oh, it's progressing very fast. We should definitely not miss it. c4, bishop, queen e1, knight c5 had been played, and Nihal goes rook d1. As predicted, the queen goes to b6. Now the queen is attacking the b2 pawn here, right now. So what should white play? Because if he goes b3 and tries to save this pawn, interesting idea for black. There is an interesting move for black. Black to play. Can you find it? Strategically, all those who want to improve in their positional chess, there is a good move for black. It's pretty positional. What do you do? Black to play. नाइट d4 गाइस, वाइट टू प्ले हो रहा है ना वो, इधर ब्लैक टू प्ले का सवाल है. If b3, what is the strategic move? Okay, few people are saying knight f4. There's not going to be any blunderous move, and there is a4. Okay, maybe this is blunderous move, which many of you have suggested. Again, a strategic blunder, because the knight looks like a little bit in a mess. If you go knight e4, then comes knight d4 attacking the bishop, so that if you take here, I take the bishop, and then comes my knight to c4, and this is going to be weak. Oops, actually very sorry, you cannot take here because this is hanging. So my bad. So knight d4 is a very very strong move, threatening c5 as well. Later this knight will be kicked away. So not a4. The nice move here would be queen b4. The idea is you are attacking the knight and you are challenging the queen exchange. And once the queen exchanges, it is going to be easier to play a4 at the right time to keep your knight on e4. Basically, this e5 is going to be under pressure. So exchanging queens, this decision over here at this point of time would be a good decision. And this, if did he play that? No, he did not play that queen b4 because I think we were looking at b3, which Nihal did not go for because he didn't want to allow queen b4 and such an exchange. What he played was c takes d5. Definitely a nice move there. Currently asking whether c takes d5 or bishop takes d5. But if you play c takes d5, what has happened is you have left control of an important square, which is the b5 square. And this knight was just like, it was like the fishing hook. It's now goes to b5 and that square is like catching a fish there. So knight goes to b5, a very powerful knight. This knight is going to come to d4, f4. A lot of ideas for white will be very strong. So Samuel goes bishop takes d5 and keeps control of the b5 square as well. Nihal anyway wants this a3 knight, which has been at the edge of the board, to unleash its potential. It goes to c4 and the queen is attacked right now. You can go queen b4, but in any case, the one good thing which Nihal has achieved is that this knight has control of these two weaknesses over there. And these two pawns also have been exchanged. Somehow he has better placement of his pieces there in comparison to black. So there is a slight edge. Knight c4 has been played and I guess queen b4 is going to happen in this game. डबल पॉन नहीं हो जाएगा, नहीं डबल पॉन नहीं हो रहा है. b2 पॉन हैंगिंग, b2 पॉन इधर हैंगिंग इधर था after cd5, but you don't have time to take here because you can take the piece here. Also your a3 is protected, so that is the reason. Going back, sorry, we don't need to go back, we can stay here and we can now go to the next game. If Aryan has played anything after rook c1, no, Aryan has not played anything. Has Gukesh? Oh my god, we were at king b1, c5, d takes c5, knight c6, and Gukesh, let's see how much time he thought. He had 1 hour 25 minutes and he goes for g4. Only after 7 minutes of thought to play this move. And Arvind is down to 48 minutes. That's literally 30-minute difference between their timings. So after g4, definitely black is in trouble without any doubt. g5 you cannot really stop. f4 is also coming. If black will try to play g5, then there is f4. You are attacking this pawn and it's all blasting open because right now white has a very nice intermezzo g5 and this knight can be attacked. Abhi knight moves, then you can take the pawn, and now knight d4 in this case is not as strong as earlier. So okay, so g4 is played. Definitely this is going to become a bloodbath. इस गेम में तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं है. There is no doubt. What about SL Narayanan? He is black and look at his rook. It's there, but things look like in control with black. I really like this idea of rook shift which is happening here. How did it happen? Takes. Oh, knight takes e5. Rook takes e5. Ah, this is the piece he lost. Okay, in return. And now he is thinking. But there is rook. No, rook g5 is a little bit early. But there are these ideas for SL Narayanan to jump in. Okay, what about Arjun? Arjun versus Assis. They had an interesting thing going on there. c3, d4 was played because it was Sicilian. b5, bishop goes to c2. c takes d4. c takes d4, castle. And Arjun went e5. d takes e5, d takes e5. Actually, this does look exciting for white, but I don't know why the bar says no. Knight g4 and Arjun goes bishop f4. Oh my god. And in the last 3 to 4 moves, the evaluation has changed drastically in comparison. Why so? Because here e5 is a move right now which computer says is a little bit premature. What white could have thought of is a4, trying to break here, trying to weaken here. This was the move which was interesting. And if bishop b7, let's say black ignores anything like that, then still bishop goes to d2. So यहाँ पे maybe okay, I am not really sure all of these placements are a choice whether you want knight on c3, bishop on c3, not so easy. But e5 was premature, and after e5, d5 was played correctly by Assis. Knight g4, this is under attack by 1, 2, 3, and you are only two guys defending. Bishop goes to f4, and he is thinking, black is thinking, black is actually just can go bishop b7, again attack the defender here. So e5 I think is becoming a big problem. Do you have time to play h3? Black to play. What will black play here? h3 is a mistake. Is the chat chess moves working? Let me just check it out. Okay, no, not yet fixed, but we have written to Keith. Let's see when he is able to check the message. I think not yet, not yet. Okay, but what is the move? Bishop f3, bishop f2 तो नहीं आ रहा है. Bishop f3, knight d4 भी नहीं आ रहा है. Yes, guys, you guys are right. Bishop f3 comes as an intermezzo. You are collecting this piece, and after queen takes f3, knight just simply wins this pawn on e5. So that is not working. So Arjun actually needs to be extremely careful. The best idea would be to go knight b d2 so that he is able to defend a knight. And the problem of bishop takes f3, the other knight jumps in on f3, defends e5, looks good. And rook c8 by Assis, if it will be played, still it is not so easy. Yeah, what white should do here, because if you go h3, then black to play, guys, black to play. What will you play? What is the best move for black here? Faizan, we do not have Nihal's camera. We have only one camera, by the way, thanks to Nikhilesh and Aditya, who are at the venue in Sharjah covering this event, and they're bringing up a lot of videos for you guys. Do check it out. Also, a big thanks to the organizers, because they have done a brilliant job by organizing such an amazing event. Like, you can see the whole top, Indian chess, the golden chess, you can say, all of them are over there playing this event. It was too difficult to miss such an event, so they've done a brilliant job, and we've got a permission, and that's why you can see this one game live. Knight at 6, knight at 6, knight at 6, but Beloglavi has suggested knight e5. Exactly, guys, how does this move work? Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, rook takes e5. फिर भी कुछ भी नहीं. Black is a piece down. Black to play. Find it. Because if you play 95 without knowing what to do here, then to gone. You're doomed. There is a big reason. Big threat. What was the reason? Everything happens for a reason. Okay, how many of you believe that? Everything happens for a reason. Janavi says with its game. Yes. We will see everybody. Prag's game says PT. I have got only Normi, Anurag, Faizan, and who else? Poonam. Only these many answers have been right. Queen C7. What is the theme? Double attack. You are attacking the rook, you are attacking the bishop, and unfortunately, there is no double defense. So, you will, of course, lose the piece back. You have been a piece up. But black has won a pawn. So, what is important is this move, queen e1. So that after queen c2, you are also recovering the pawn. So, these are all the simplifications which can happen there. And this is the position with Arjun right now. He is white. Going quickly to Prag's game if any moves have happened. Yes, Prag developed his bishop on g4. His development is complete. Now, easy threatening bishop f3, gf3. Yes, it's possible. It's also possible to delay it, but it's definitely possible to also spoil the structure. Though it's not the most powerful like in the middle game. White to play. White is thinking. White can go rook e1. Try to attack the knight on the open file. So Kovalev might do that. Or if he's not very happy with this kind of a pawn structure, he will definitely go knight d4. Keep the knight and in the center. Also block the power of the bishop on a7. So that is another possibility. I would say that Kovalev has these two moves, and most probably he will go knight d4. Okay, going to Nihal's game, which people wanted to check. Last we left at c takes d5, bishop takes d5, and Nihal played knight c4. But Arvind, he did not go queen b4. I think it was still a good idea to go queen b4. He goes back to c7, says that I am going to keep an eye on this guy over here, this little guy on e5. So he goes queen c7. And now Nihal is thinking, what can Nihal play? Nihal has absolutely varied options for varied plans. मतलब बहुत कुछ possible है. I'll just show you. He can just play solid, play b3 and wait. He can play knight d4 because this pawn is protected brilliantly by too many pieces. So that's not a worry there. But he can go knight d4, knight f5 ideas as well. Knight d4, yeah, not knight b5, but sometimes in tactical landscape we must be aware of that. And there is one more move which is a favorite for everybody, I guess. h4, h5. Whenever there is a knight on g6, g3, b3, b6, what we know is to be alert for these ideas. a4, a5 and h4, h5. So these are all the possible things. So queen c7 has been played and Nihal is thinking. I guess he could play. What is your guess, guys? Suppose I ask you, there are three possibilities. What is your guess? Which move Nihal will choose? Okay, Poonam says, I asked question yesterday that my son in class 10th have FIDE 1643. Should he continue chess or go for serious higher studies from next year onwards? He is also school topper. Please suggest. Poonam, firstly, very important is what your son wants to do. And if he wants to play, if he wants to make a career in chess, that's completely another thing. If he wants to keep improving in chess, it is definitely possible that he does his studies and he doesn't have to leave chess. He can give rest of the time to to chess. He can keep improving. The whole idea is that chess is such a tool that even if you are not Magnus Carlsen or Praggnanandhaa, it is very very useful in your life in ways which you cannot be aware of. So it does make sense to keep continuing chess anyway. And if you are thinking about leaving academics, I would not suggest that right now. But I think he can do higher studies, and if he's 100, I am considering he's 100% focused and dedicated, then it is possible to manage a few more things. Main point is when you are super focused, you save a lot of time which otherwise goes in time pass. So you can actually manage a few more things. Okay, so knight d4, b3, knight d4. Okay, I guess knight d4. Knight d4 is a move which I think you guys are thinking Nihal will play. ठीक है, okay, let's go to Gukesh's game because g4 he had played last. After that, what happened? Arvind captured the pawn on c5. He played bishop c5 and Gukesh Shanti se went for f4. Now g5 is threatened. This diagonal has been opened. Bishop on g2 has a lovely development square. So this queen on e2 didn't really block the bishop on f1 there. And what is, of course, h4 is also in the air. So this is such a tempting position. So Arvind is in trouble because Gukesh loves such to play such positions. Will he be able to defend? Yesterday, Gukesh did miss one amazing tactics. So we have to see if today he is absolutely on his toes and you many times want to make the comeback. Like you miss something in an attacking game and you're like, nahi yaar, kal jaake मैं attack करूँगा and I will crush my opponent. That kind of a thing. So maybe we are looking something like that. It's the yesterday's anger of missing something. Okay, shall we check Arjun's game because that was also at an interesting point. He had gone bishop f4 and Hippolyto is still thinking. He's down to 43 minutes. So let's see what Gargadagli will play. Okay, I didn't realize that I can actually take all three names. Vidit is black and this is his position. Where did we leave last? We have actually seen only till here. Bishop f6, bishop f6. We have a new imbalance here, double bishop versus bishop and two knights. So bishop g2, castle e3 has been played and Vidit develops his bishop to e6 and knight goes back to g1. Wow, can you believe, guys? Believe that knight goes back to g1 and it's absolutely okay. Why? Because the center is closed. No exchanges, no opening of the files in the center, nothing like that. And hence, this knight is saying ki theek hai, आराम से I'm gonna go to G1, I'm gonna go to E2. It's like I have to travel to USA and I have a halt in Dubai. And I'm like, ठीक है, दुबई में I can see the city 1 week के लिए आराम से, no stress. थोड़ी ना अर्जेंट मीटिंग है. So definitely white is relaxed and it's in this kind of a situation you are seeing such a maneuver is actually going back, looks passive for a moment, but it is okay to be slow because of the closed structure of the position. And Vidit goes knight a5. He is eyeing this b3 square which definitely looks tempting, but Tin has no plans to develop the knight on e2 immediately. He goes queen h5. Is he intending some craziness there? What is the threat right now for after queen h5? Is it what I am thinking it is? Like, let's say I make a move a6. Then what will white play? Are you guys alert or no? Guys, come on, you have to answer today. You are very slow, you are very dull, you are very lazy. आम खा के बैठे हो वहाँ पे आम आदमी जैसे मत करो. Be a special आदमी. Come on. Yes, Chinmay Kelaskar, welcome after a long time. So, knight. Knight d5, bishop d5. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Normie. d5 pawn was attacked. आपको लगता रहेगा कि is it any something happening on h7, but no, there was an extra pressure on the d5 point and you can win the pawn with knight d5 or bishop d5, both would be okay. So queen h5 has a big threat. What did Vidit go? Vidit played, no, Vidit didn't, sorry, that was my bad. Vidit is thinking, Vidit can play knight b3 right now. Vidit can play queen d7 right now. because after knight takes d5, black has an important move. Black to play. Be on high alert. What is the move? Not easy. Not at all easy. All those were saying bishop d8 to save the bishop, but you have lost the pawn. The move is quite tough actually. Bishop d4. What happens to e takes d4? The idea is knight goes to b3, attacks the rook, and if rook d1, black to play. Yes, absolutely. Poonam, Samik, Datta, Normi, Premium, Yusuf, some guy, Gigi, Nimish. Absolutely well done. Bishop G4. There is a double attack over here. Where is the queen going to go? Wherever the queen goes, you can also insert this check over there. King goes there. You can also insert another attack to the queen. Actually, the queen doesn't even have any square to be here anymore. So here you will win the rook as well. So this is the reason it wasn't easy at all. It was a very tough tactic, and many of you had suggested bishop g4, but I think what you simply missed is there is a check there, an intermezzo, and g takes f6, and should I tell you? Should I shock you? Chess is a game of 64 squares. कहाँ जाएगा ये? Yes, there it is. All about observation. So what Vidit actually played was knight b3, and he went out of these kind of tactics anyway. But the knight is currently attacking the rook, and rook is going to go to d1. But how can it go to d1? No, right now there is no queen on d7 and there is no bishop g4. So rook d1 can be played, and now with it can think of going queen d7, because if knight d5, then the same idea bishop d4, though it looks all very risky. So this is going to get in complexities. Some complex tactical precise calculations will be needed here. Okay, we will keep a watch on this for sure, because next 3 to 4 moves are, I think, very critical. Going back to Praggnanandha's big game, oh, bishop g4, he didn't go knight d4, he played rook e1, but that was the second move which we had predicted to attack the knight on e7. And Prag is thinking, is it the time to take on f3 right now or not yet? Should he save this knight? Should he go to c6? Also, whenever knight d4 is come, he has a choice to take there, or should he go to g6 so that later he wants to go to e5 and he may not want to exchange the knight on d4? So these are all the questions which Praggnanandhaa has, and I think knight g6, knight c6 or bishop f3, these are the 3 moves possible. Any prediction? He's almost going to make a move. What is your prediction? What will Praggnanandhaa play? What will Praggnanandhaa play? Yusuf says he'll play knight g6. Poonam says he'll play knight c6. Ayush says knight e6. No, knight e6 though I'm not thinking. Knight c6 says Faizan. Ajinkya knight g6. Oops. Basically nobody is wanting to take on f3. मतलब you guys are not wanting to take on f3. इसके लिए you guys are thinking Prag will not take on f3. Okay, interesting. Except for Beloglavi. Yeah, if he takes on f3 and spoils this structure with gf3, and it does look like a knight can now, knight would love to attack, though there is always this thing. If knight goes to g6, yes, there is f4, you in fact stop the knight going to e5. So these double pawns actually are helping white in a way. They're not at all right now worrying about being doubled. So bishop f3 is something I don't think Prag will play and give up his bishop right now. Not needed at all. He is going to move this knight. So yes, knight g6 is my prediction. We will come to it. Can we go to Nihal's game? What did he play after knight c4, queen c7? No, Nihal has been thinking quite a long time here. The last move he had played, he had 1 hour 19 minutes. And he has been thinking for almost 15 minutes. What about Aryan Chopra? Has he played a move? Bishop d7 is there, knight d4, queen d4. He went bishop e5, attacked the queen. Now you can see there is currently a pin down there. Knight a4 would be possible though. Bishop goes to d7. That's the reason white cannot capture the d5 pawn yet. But white goes rook d1. And now 1, 2, 3 guys are attacking. Only one is defending. That is the whole point. But out of the 3, currently there is a pin. And you cannot take with the queen. But what if this is defended? What if the bishop goes back? And then suddenly it's going to be hard. So naturally right now bishop c6 is going to happen, strengthening the pawn, and the queen will also come for its defense. So bishop c6 is what Aryan will play. Going to Gukesh versus Arvind, because he played g4, bishop c5, f4, knight e7 was played, and Gukesh develops bishop g2. He has completed his development. His rooks are now connected. This king is still in the center. Plus, this king cannot even consider long castle ever. And for this king to short castle this time, that one really needs to be brave, like a gladiator. But I don't think it's going to a possibility at all. And look at this move. Gukesh has got his pawns together. H4, G4, F4. Oh my goodness. With this king in the center, going to be unbelievable bloodbath. What is he going to do now? For H4, Arvind is in trouble. He really needs to be very solid in defending. Otherwise, such an attack by Gukesh is impossible to survive. Okay, let's go to the next games. What about Arjun? What's happening there? Arjun versus Hippolyto. Knight c5. Hippolyto played, okay, bishop b7 here, as we had discussed, and Arjun went knight bd2. Now Hippolyto played knight c5. Computer says, look at this difference. Minus 0.5 was the evaluation. And now plus 0.4. It's a weak engine, or plus 0.5. Yeah, it's changing. So it actually changed by a whole 1 point. Almost whole 1 point it has changed. So knight c5 here has been played. Arjun is thinking he has knight g5 as an interesting move to play knight g5, so that he could also move this knight and there are no problems of bishop f3 there. So let's see if Arjun goes for knight g5. Of course, there are a few other moves as well which would be possible. Nadir Beg versus Harsha Bharatkoti. Nadir Beg has slight advantage. Harsha's king is still in the center. Nadir Beg has long castled, completed his development. Harsha really needs to still think what to do. Last move by white was long castle. So most probably you can take, develop the queen to e7, and even Harsha can think of long castle there. Okay, but is he exchange what? How many? No. Yeah. No exchange down or anything. Material is equal. Ronak versus Aditya Mittal. They have gone in this. Right now it is an endgame. Knight g4 has been played. This bishop is attacked. It really needs to move. You cannot afford losing this bishop over here and also spoiling the structure. So this bishop really needs to move. He's thinking also there is a in between possibility with rook d1 check. You wouldn't want to do long castle. The problem with long castle is afterwards you cannot move this bishop because of knight f2. Okay, so knight g4 has been played. What about Vidit versus Tin? Queen h5 was played, knight b3, rook d1, and yes, Vidit finds queen d7. But important will be for knight d5. Has he considered bishop d4? Of course, I think that's the reason he has gone for queen d7. What white should do right now, that ignore the pawn on d5 and simply develop knight g e2. That is what Tin should do. Going to Setu Raman's game with black. Oh, he is better. He is definitely better, having double bishop and a nice pawn structure for him here. Yes, double bishop makes a lot of difference, and for black white he cannot take here. h2 will become weak. So Setu Raman is better. Adiban versus Leon is another clash of Indians today, and knight e5 has been played. The position seems unclear. Leon is thinking. He has 41 minutes. Normally Leon has to take care of not coming under time pressure, so he is still thinking. Both the files are open here, the D file and the C file. देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है. Murli Karthikeyan with black. Oh my god, it's got in rook end game, and a very interesting rook end game. After rook e7, in fact, if you just count the pawns, black is currently a pawn up, and this pawn is being attacked. So black can defend it. He can go rook c8 or he can go rook f7. Rook f7, rook e8 check, rook f8, rook e7. So that doesn't work. Finally, he will have to go rook c8 and he can defend this. But the point is, this time what you realize is, if you look at the pawn islands, this is an isolated pawn. These two, this is one island. And this is another island. These are three pawn islands, so there are more weaknesses there, and it favors black. So black is also a pawn up, plus white's pawns are weak, so it's a slowly Murli will convert this. Abhimanyu Puranik has got a very interesting position. I think we left at, yeah, e5 we left at. f4 was played by Emre. Not a good idea. Queen e7, bishop d4, ed4 with such a king in the center, and even black's king is there, but black's king is ready to castle anytime needed. In fact, he does it now. And Abhimanyu has sacrificed a pawn. The rook goes back to d1. Knight goes to d7. Now the knight is coming to c5 with a tempo. Bishop g2. Knight c5. Queen went to c2. Knight goes to e6 now. Attacks the f4 pawn here. This knight goes to e2. And Abhimanyu gives a check to the king. White is thinking most probably he will go queen d2 and challenge the queen exchange. So one pawn, actually materially it's equal, because maybe he had won the pawn earlier. So materially it's equal. It's a very unclear, very interesting game. Some edge for black due to the weaknesses, pawn weaknesses there. But anything can happen, because these pawns could also become dangerous. And there is a bishop here, fiancé to bishop. So black also needs to be careful. Going to Abhimanyu Mishra's game, he is actually clearly winning here against Misrat Din. So okay, because it has been a tough tournament for him, so that's a good thing. Let's go to Praggnanandha's game, and oh, Praggnanandha went 96. Somebody had said 96 and I said no, I don't think he'll go 96. But Prag actually has gone 96. Okay, what is his idea? He has stopped bishop f4 development, bishop g5 development. That is something which he has definitely done. Apart from that, what else? He might want to go knight c6 and stop knight d4 forever. That could be one thing, and then later might keep the pawn on d5. Also, he has blocked the attack currently. So knight c6, knight e6 has been played. My question is, can white go knight d4? Because there is a pin. So if you take on d4 right now, then there is rook takes e7. And if you take on c2 here, knight takes c2, Then there is knight takes c2. Idea is b7 is hanging, but of course I'm very scared about the back rank currently being weak and these two bishops. And if I challenge you, guys, in 5 seconds, please tell me why is this move a big blunder? Oops, sorry, it's not a big blunder. I made a big blunder because I thought there is a back rank made, but not at all. The knight on c2 is like ullu bana diya. So it's not happening. So actually, this is possible. Wow, that is interesting. You would never want to give this bishop on c2 just like that. So yeah, that would be the last option. Knight g5 has been played with a similar theme where there is a pin. But the difference is if you play knight g5 here, after rook e7, this knight does nothing. And then suddenly this rook is very strong over here. Now if you play rook f e8, bishop g5 and you are losing a piece. So that you don't have time for that. Okay. Knight is defending. Exactly. Blunder, blunder. कुछ भी blunder हो रहा है. True, true. So he went knight g5 and Prag is thinking. Actually, Kovalev, if you see, he's not getting up at all. Plus, he's not even looking here and there much. Completely engrossed and focused here. But rook can come to the 7th rank. Yes, exactly. So knight g5 खेला गया है. And now Prag is thinking Prag has a task to do because slowly he should make sure he has this isolated pawn. He has some weaknesses. He needs to be active. नहीं तो white will start getting this slight edge. Going to Nihal's game. There also Nihal had a slight edge. Nihal made a move after 19 minutes. He goes knight d4. Yes, this was definitely what in the chat also was predicted that Nihal will go for, and he has gone for that. A very nice idea. Knight f5 looks very strong. Also knight f5 के बाद this knight to d6, ये knight to d6, ये इधर, ये इधर, ये इधर, ये इधर. It is so tempting. Such a lovely position for Nihal that Samuel, I can say practically, has to be really careful. Aryan Chopra has got his rooks to c8. You can see both the semi-open and open file besides this isolated pawn have been conquered by black right now. Well done there. And Gukesh, who was attacking like crazy after h4, knight fd5 was played by Arvind. Gukesh is thinking. In fact, Arvind has 37 minutes. He is down 20 minutes difference is there. Gukesh should think. What can Gukesh play here? Guys, what are your suggestions? What should Gukesh play? What should Gukesh play? Oh, Gukesh actually played while I asked this question. But h5 exactly looks extremely tempting. It was really a good move. Could you think of exchanges? Though when you are attacking, exchanging is not the best idea there. So, but in this case, you are wanting to open up the position. So maybe it should be okay. But what Gukesh went was rook c1. It looks like rook on c1 is, putting some indirect threats to the queen on c7. And what is black going to do? He may have to move the queen away. Like, it's scary to keep the queen here. So most probably he might go queen b6 because that also attacks the e3 pawn. I'm not 100% sure how much important it would be because it will open the e file. But definitely that is a threat and it doesn't look as bad, yeah. Maybe Gukesh will need to defend it. It's not so easy to give up that pawn just like that. So queen b6 can happen in this game. Very quickly, let's go to Praggnanandha's game. Has he played? No, he's still thinking. Look at him. Finally, his opponent has got up from the board. That's after a long time that Kovalev could get up. Nihal is also thinking. By the way, all those who remember Kovalev, he played in World Blitz against Magnus Carlsen, where Magnus came 2.5 minutes late. That was the game. Do not miss, if you have not seen that game, it's amazing how Magnus played in 30 seconds and he beat Kovalev. So that was a super cool moment there in the playing hall. Do check it out. Even if you have checked it, maybe it's always fun to check it again. Going to SL Narayanan's game, he is in trouble. Double bishop versus double bishop, material is equal, but the computer says he is in trouble. For what reason? What will white play here? White to play. There are two good moves. If you can find even one, I would be happy. Nihal Bablu, Rook C1 may be a slight inaccuracy. Can't say inaccuracy, it definitely keeps the advantage. So, not inaccuracy. If he would have lost a lot of advantage, then maybe yes. Queen D8 is a very interesting suggestion, Faizan, because I understand what you are raising is a very simple question. Oops, mouse slip, guys. If Queen D8, Rook D8, and why not Bishop C7? Maybe was that your plan? Bishop C7, Rook C7. But the problem is, continue with the forcing variation. Bishop C7, Rook C7. ऐसे बोलोगे कि हो गया, चलो pawn मिल गया, white has won the pawn. No, after rook e4, this shouldn't be your last move calculation. You should definitely ask, okay, I have captured here. Is my opponent having another move? Yes, my piece is like there is a capture possible. So rook takes c2. Plus he is on the 7th rank, attacking and putting pressure on these points b2 and g2. Sorry, b2 and f2. g2 with Sagar. It's become so funny. Anyway, so this is where the calculation should end, and you should understand that okay, this rook is very active and you do not have rook e7 currently. So you go back to this position. And what have people suggested? Yes, not many, but only one person was able to suggest Pete Krile. Queen h5. That is a good move. There is a big threat here after Queen h5. Now what is White's threat? White has a threat. Let's say I make a time pass move. White to play. What is White's threat? Strongest move for White. Quickly, 274 people. At least 50 people should try to answer it. बहुत स्लो हो गाइस, जल्दी टाइप फास्ट. बी द फरारी. Yes, rook takes e4. Even before 50 have answered, I am finally telling you the answer. Rook takes e4 and you deflect the rook. This rook was overloaded and queen takes f7 check. यहाँ पे if king h8 queen g8 is a mate, even here this check, king goes here. I mean there is a king hunt which will happen. King f6, bishop also comes to c3. So this is all going to be over. So maybe if you want to continue with the calculation, like if we are calculating in the game, this is how we might calculate कि कुछ हो रहा है क्या. Of course the king is completely gone over here. The king goes to g5 and you might try to seek if there is an immediate mate or something like that. And you may not find anything immediately. You might see h4 आ रहा है क्या. After h4 there is rook maybe rook h4 over here. फिर कुछ आ रहा है क्या, बिशप g7. So there are so many, but intuition से you will definitely get a sense that with these bishops and with this g7 is also weak, the king is out and it's gonna get mated. वो एक intuition आ जाएगा at when your level improves. So this was the point after bishop e4. White has queen g4 and queen h5. Both are the good moves. So Narayanan might get into trouble. Going to Praggnanandhaa. Did he make a move? Yes, he made a move. He went h6 right now. And Kovalev has to decide whether he wants to take here. Because after taking here, Maybe Praggnanandhaa takes with the bishop simply instead of the pawn because he would not want to weaken this. And this is the position which is possible. Apart from that, if he doesn't take, he can also counter attack. So that hg5, hg4. No, maybe you will not take hg5, yeah? You will save the bishop. But then there is knight e6. Oh, what to do? Oh my god, h3 is a good move. h3 is a good move. You might have to challenge this bishop here. Now if takes, again takes. And if bishop takes f5, knight takes f5, knight takes e6, f takes e6. Guys, what happens for rook takes e6? Black to play. Rook takes e6 is a blunder. Black to play. Yes, 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 absolutely. Bishop takes f2. All of you are alert. If king takes f2, then there is knight d4 and a big disco coming in. You lose material. So that is the reason that this can work. Bishop f5. Okay, so h6 has been played. Kovalev is thinking. In Nihal's game, a few moves have happened. Actually, cd5, bishop d5, knight c4. No, not few moves. Knight d4 was the last move. And Samuel has played f6. As we were discussing, it is not easy. It is scary. The whites, Nihal's attack is coming down the line. There's a lot of ideas in the air. So finally, what happens is you break down psychologically. You don't want that to happen. You don't want this pawn on e5 to stay there and torture you. So you play a move like f6, which is not the best because this pawn is now going to torture after going to e6. E6 is a good move which Nihal has. You cannot be taking it because there are 1, 2, 3 guys very strong, very solidly defending it. You might want to extend the attack there with rook e8 or something. But there are number of possibilities with white. And one of the possibility is that you want to kick the c5 knight away. It cannot stay there any longer. For that reason, you can think of a3, b4. For that reason, can you think of direct b4, a b4, queen b4 and actually attack this knight over here, because if knight takes e6, then then you have a intermezzo knight d6 which attacks this rook. It might go to e7 and still saving this thing here, but then comes suddenly this knight and attacks the rook. So these knights are working in such a way that it looks like an octopus legs here, and it's not working out for black. So all of these, of course, b4 was very tactical and it's absolutely not even necessary to do it immediately. A3, a4, this kind of a thing, and now queen b4 could also be solid, but in general after e6 white's position is clearly better. So f6 is kind of a not the best idea. It's more like a desperate attempt and it's not the best way to defend. Going to Aryan's game, he has gone bishop f, rook c8, h3, queen a5 here. White should be alert here. Thoda bahut some weaknesses out there. Bishop goes to f3 and right now bishop c6 is important to defend the d5 pawn. There is still a pin, so knight d5 is not at all in the air. Okay, now Gukesh versus Arvind. The most interesting game right now which we are having. Queen b6 has happened. Then Gukesh takes the knight on d5, knight takes d5 and goes e4. And guys, please give a name. ये चारों को कुछ नाम दे दो. What are these pawns? What will you call this? They are just Brilliant there. Akshay Mohan, welcome. बहुत दिन बाद. Were you able to visit the club today? Or are you not in Mumbai? Wall of China, King Crusher Pawns, Wall of Death. The Great Wall of Gukesh. Yeah, I like Great Wall of Samay Biswa Sagar Anirban. Maybe all the comedians, yeah. Samay Biswa Vaibhav Anirban. Okay, so he played Rook h3 and Arvind has gone for e5. He played e5 here. Now what is Gukesh going to do? Actually, it's going to be a little bit confusing because you would like to go h5 as well. You might like to go g5 as well. And currently you might even want to think of f5 as well. But it's not like super gone for black as of now. It's definitely bad. Gukesh has a better position. But the king, as of now, on the e file, you are not able to easily break. Now imagine you play a move like fe5. Look at this move, e5, which was played by Arvind. Quite an interesting idea. Giving up the pawn so that और double हो गया इधर. और double हो गया मतलब ये file, it's not easy to open it. What he can do is bishop goes to d4. So yes, you are attacking this as well. And even black has not given up completely on attacking the white king. Slowly. Also not to forget, who knows, white needs to be alert कि कौन से time पे suddenly castle can come, at which point maybe h5 won't work anymore because of g5 or some reason. So white has to be on constant lookout to retain his advantage. So e5 has been played, and I think what is the move, guys, you would love? h5, g5 or f5? Out of these three, what is to your liking out of the three moves? अबे तीन में g5 और h5 नहीं हो सकता, एक ही बता. Yes, most of you want to go for h5 because the reason is it feels more natural. इतनी बार देख चुके हैं ना कि h pawn push होता है h4 h5. So it feels more natural. That's why you are going towards h5, and I definitely like the move very much because it kind of keeps the castle in check as well. And if you play a move like, let's say, gh5 for black, what to do now? It's not so easy. Look at this move. If suppose f6, it weakens the king even further, though it might have supported the e5 pawn, but this king is super weak, and suddenly h6 can come, queen h5 can come. It's not working out. So that's the reason h5 was interesting. What Gukesh chose was f5. He felt this is more natural. For what reason? Let's try to see. Because now, in the future, he also has h5 in his hand. Secondly, this exchange now is not going to happen at all. Thirdly, he might get bishop g5 also in the future, because until now there was this pawn on f4. So that also could be a possibility. And he's okay to accept this light square bishop as a currently bad bishop. So he plays f5 and Arvind goes knight c6. Firstly, it is very hard to defend and to make best moves from black as well. So knight c6 has been played, and now Gukesh will push one of the pawns. g5 might look more natural. In fact, for h5, you are threatening to win the pawn. You are threatening to win the pawn, and g5 is not possible. So this is definitely possible, where g7 becomes like too much weakness, too much. So ये एक बहुत अच्छा है. So what the way Gukesh is playing is practically it's more easy for him to play. It's flowing like a river that way. So I love his play. It was like, yeah, it was like, if I had to name these, they are like waterfall. Pura, they're so fierce, they're coming at you. And now one of them goes aage and becomes a river, a state of river. And then there is another river which is going to happen. And then both the rivers might meet at a point and they'll become a lake. So that is the feeling over here of these pawns. Guys, how do you like the analogy? h5 followed by rook trade is still better as the h file is open, says Amaya. I mean, all the moves are possible, all of them are good. This is the lucky thing. Like, you have got such a position where you could play this also and you're really better. This also, the other move also works. You know, when you have so many possibilities in a game, or which are all good for you, you know that you are so much better. For opponent, for Arvind here, it's very hard to play because whichever variation is calculating, white is staying better. It's not narrowing. Gukesh needs to play this. So there is no hope. Tsunami. Okay. So let's go to Praggnanandha's game. Has he? No, he's thinking there. For h6. Oh, there is a move which happened actually. We missed it. h3 was played and Prag goes bishop f5. How much time does it take? He takes 4 minutes. He goes bishop f5 and knight f3 was played. Kovalev does not enter in any exchanges directly. So right now Prag is thinking, I am predicting it's not going to be easy for Praggnanandhaa to convert such a kind of position. Currently there is no such thing at all. It's all equal. But how he can try to press, I'm not sure yet. So we will see there. Also 22 minutes with Kovalev. So time pressure is one factor if Prag is going to be able to push. Like yesterday with Nihal, he did come down to 30 seconds. So that is a moment where it could change it all. Going to Nihal's game after f6, Nihal is still thinking. So let's go to Aryan's game. Aryan's game, he's played bishop c6. Exactly, there were we were there. For f5, knight c6, Gukesh is thinking. What about Arjun and Vidit? What are they doing? Yes, Arjun's game against Hippolyto. Arjun has, last we left at maybe knight c5. Arjun played h3 over here. This knight went back to e6, counter-attacking this bishop here. Bishop went back to g3. And Hippolyto went back knight h6. There is this knight dance which was happening. Now this knight could come to f5 in the future. But Arjun plays bishop e4. Computer doesn't like this exchange at all. Why? Because if takes, knight takes, what he is happy with is to get this square for permanently for this knight. So this knight on f5 and then e5 could come under trouble if knight g3, fg3 happens. So for knight g3 you may have to play knight g3, and again with white knight on g3, it will, in order for it to come back to the game, it will again need to come to e4 or e2. I mean, it will need to maneuver itself. So maybe this is the reason why bishop e4 exchange was not a good idea. It is definitely an error, a slight error. What else could Arjun have played? Because it is not easy to find a move. What should Arjun have played? A very important question, guys. White to play. There was one move, I would say it's very tough strategically to sustain this position. But it is very tough. I mean, and no wonder it was hard for Arjun to find on the board. I wouldn't even consider it as a candidate move. So, do you want to try? Would you like to try? Yes, okay. Come on, guys. Tell me suggestions for white. This is exactly the position all 1800s. All 1800s. This is the position for you. Even 1600 to 1800s. White. Try to just think. सोच नहीं रहे हो तुम लोग, सोचना नहीं है. A5, Queen E2, Knight H4, Bishop B3. A5 नहीं यार, notation का कुछ करो. A4 is a move which you are suggesting. It is a fine move. Of course, I mean black is getting slight edge, but definitely a move to consider. I'm not saying it's like a very bad move. So A4, yes. Queen E2, it's a good question. Why not to just develop? Definitely possible. But rook comes to C8 with a tempo. You might have to go rook C1 to defend this guy. And then there might be knight D4 again to attack this guy and this queen. So you might be forced for this knight exchange over here. And again an attack on B2. So you see, black is constantly attacking and putting pressure on you, and now this bishop is an absolute vulture over here for g2. So let's go back, and instead of queen e2, the move here which I was suggesting was not easy. A4 is a possibility, but the move here which I was suggesting was bishop h2. Now you are moving the same bishop which had gone from f4 to g3. And why is it such a such a move which is holding the position still? Is because knight f5 doesn't come with a tempo, and after bishop f5 you are okay to give up this bishop first of all, and after takes queen c2 you are again attacking black's f5 pawn. So this is one of the reason bishop h2 is a strong move. And if not knight f5, maybe black could go rook g8, rook c8 or something. Then white can go g4 and stop knight f5, and then this knight can be misplaced. So these are the ideas of bishop h2 move, and it was not easy. So what happened in the game was bishop e4, queen b6 was played. He did not take on e4. Arjun took the bishop. Hippolyto took the bishop, and Arjun goes knight b3. Looks like a nice idea to go rook c1, and in the future if he gets knight c5, then a6 is weak, there is b4. So doesn't look so bad actually, but the problem is right now black has like lot of tempos. Rook f d1 can come, knight f5 again comes with a tempo, and then a5 a4 is coming, and then he is under pressure. White is under pressure. So we have to keep a watch here. What is happening in Vidit's game? And what is happening in chat? Can we try to exchange the strong b7 bishop? We did try right now. Yes, Vidit's game here. Yeah, he had last we left at knight b3, rook d1, queen d7. Yes, white did play h3, rook a d8, knight went to e2, rook e8, and he castled simply. Now g6, the queen has to go back. Queen went to f3, and with it goes bishop g5. Everything still looks under control. Okay, eventually Vidit will have such a plan in hand. Going to Ronak versus Aditya's game, I think Ronak has some advantage because the king looks quite weak there, and that is one of the main reason here. And also this pawn is isolated, it's going to come under some attack. Harsha Bharatkoti was black, he was in trouble. As we saw, the king, the development was bad. So that is happening f6 e4, and he is in a very tough situation. He might think of taking the pawn, attacking this bishop, but here white has an amazing move, white to play. What should he do? What should he play? White to play, not easy. Jaldi jaldi. Wow, I'm very happy that nobody has got it yet, which means everybody is trying to think on their own, because it's not so easy here. You have to be tactically very alert, and the move was very tough. So I was not expecting many of you to get it anyway. So the move over here, if rook h4, was, as right now Siddharth says, e takes d5. Such a strong move happening there. You have given up a whole piece. And Northerbek is really good in these calculations, by the way. He's very good. So he has surely calculated this. Now d takes e6. You are attacking this thing. Obviously queen takes e6, capturing back is forced. But then comes, this is an important point, key point. Queen h5 check. The king is in the center. If the king moves, then to okay, gone, forget it. So you don't want to move the king. Queen f7 becomes the only move. And finally, you take, he takes, there's a check, he goes here, then you take again, and then he takes here. But then there is a check, and then the king will go here, and then you will take this. So even if you don't want to end a conversation right now, then there is takes here. But a final move, guys, what will you play here? White to play. Final question for this. Yes, this was too difficult, not YouTuber. I'm glad you agree. Oh, sorry, this is not Abdul Sataro. This is Northerbek Yakubayo. गाइस b7 भी मिल रहा है, a7 भी मिल रहा है, बहुत सारे पॉन्स मिल रहे हैं. Exactly, rook f7, and what is the name of this theme? You win the rook, it's all over. So that was a great calculation there. E4 has been played. I'm sure he has calculated this. Otherwise, you cannot make such a move like e4. Yes, Ajinkya, Normi, Udaya, well done. It's keeper. So e4 is a great idea by Northerbek, and very tough position for this guy. Yeah, this I think we checked, by the way. It's important to give a check right now by black. With its game, knight f4 has happened. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa, because we were looking at knight f5. No, actually. Yeah, he played bishop c5 for knight f3. Quite a few moves have happened. Bishop takes f5, knight takes f5, and this knight went to c2. Now Prag played rook d8. Good move. Of course, you will need to defend this later also, d5, d4. So knight went to e3, and Prag said, no, I am not going to exchange your knight like this and allow another exchange here. Bishop takes e3, rook takes c3, and in this whole simplification, you have your rook comes to d1, and you have successfully stopped my d4. So I don't want to go into a simple IQP. So he says he went back to e7, and his opponent played knight c2. He too went back here, eyeing for knight d4. Prag went knight f5 again. In a way, he offered a draw. Oh, they drew. They drew. Prag's game is over. Guys, Prag's game is over. What happens to his rating today? Are there mathematicians in the chat? Yeah, I think Aditya will definitely change the camera. And we might be able to see Gukesh's. Let me just. Because that was very, very interesting. Let me just try to send a message there. Oh, Nihal is also possible, but Gukesh's game is very interesting right now. But let's look at Nihal because it's board number 2. Yeah, let's set it up on Nihal's board. Okay, because that's board number 2. Okay, going back to our game watching, like bird watching. Nihal Sarin, what has he reached? Oh, for f6, he has not yet played. That's been quite a long time. He had 1 hour. He has thought for 30 minutes almost. 30 minutes he has thought, and now they both are on the same time. I think for e6, he is trying to make sure that he doesn't lose that important pawn. Nahi to vaat lag jayega. So that would be it, and that's why he's thinking. Let's go to Aryan's game for more. And look at the hall, by the way, guys. Look at the hall. Yeah, there we have Nihal's. One second. Okay, so there we have Nihal's game. He is thinking, he has thought for 30 minutes actually. So it's important what move he's going to play here. What if he is not very comfortable with e6 suddenly? What if he is trying to see some other ideas? If he takes on f6, I mean, if we want to check out for other options, then if he takes on f6, rook takes f6 here. But this without this pawn, it already doesn't look as good in comparison. What he must be trying to make work is only e6. And for e6, if rook a e8, we were looking at some ideas of with a3 and b4. But is there anything like, let's say, b3 with the idea of then a3 and b4? Cool and shanti. Does black have anything? if white is saying that, okay, I'm just going very slow, what do you have? Black will say, okay, I'm blocking your pawn and I'm going to increase more attack over there. If that is what he does. But by the way, did anyone realize यहाँ पे rook e8, why not queen takes a5? हाँ, because you lose the e6 pawn. Queen takes a5, knight takes e5, knight takes e6, knight takes e6. You don't want to take on e6 because if knight takes e6, rook takes e6, rook takes, I mean, I'm just showing if all the simplifications happen, then black is okay. If knight b7 here, then there is bishop a2 and black is okay. So these simple exchanges are not going to really work. So a move like b3, which keeps control, and if rook e7 now, maybe now the same idea is a possibility, because in the end you don't lose the a2 pawn, if you remember. That could be an idea. Or let's say if I say, no, I want to play a3 with the idea of b4 and I want to kick the knight away. So if rook f e8, then there is b4. शो चेसबोर्ड. अरे क्या किया मैंने अभी तक? Oh my god, I'm so sorry guys. I was showing all the variations without the chessboard. How many of you were able to visualize? That is big blunder. Sorry for that. ठीक है. Let's. That would have been very boring. I can bet on it. Udaya says, me kinda. You are kind of getting. Boomer OP. Yes, Somang, completely agree with you. ठीक है, f6 खेला गया अगर, तो I think Nihal is slightly worried about this move e6, but nevertheless he may have to go for that. He may have to be very precise in his calculations, and only then he's going to make that move. So he is calculating. What do you think? Will he play e6 or not? Will he play e6 or not? How difficult this move would have been for you in your game? Repeat everything. I can't. अच्छा, repeat everything में चलेगा सबको? Repeat. थोड़ा बताती हूँ. I'll just tell you the basic variation which I showed you. e6, rook e8. Now here I showed if white simply takes here, पूरा सब टेक हो जाता है. ये टेक सब कुछ टेक होता है. Final take is final take. Knight b7 and this is the final take. So this is how you lose this pawn also, and this is an equal position. Okay, this was the main thing. So my point was, after rook a8, white has a move b3, and the whole thing after rook e7, white could consider queen a5, and in the same way queen a5, knight a5, knight e6, rook e6, bishop e6, knight b7, and what you can see is there is no bishop a2 this time. That is the major difference there. There is no bishop a2. So that move b3 actually helped to defend in a very subtle way. After 27, this would matter on 7 after 7 moves. That was b3, defending after 7 moves. But pehle hi kar diya. So this was an interesting idea. So I am thinking for Nihal, he really needs to be precise in his calculations. This is what we were looking at. Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game, because that was another crazy game which was going on. f5 we left at this point. Knight went to c6 and he went h5. दो नदियां बहा रही है, exactly like we expected. G takes h5. Bishop went back to e7. He wanted to feel slightly safe there. So he goes back, bishop e7. And now, let's not forget one more thing. Suddenly, it would be possible in the future to take the rook to c3 as well. Like rook c3 is kind of a strong move. You are attacking this guy here. Knight a5 can come to c4. The knight can come to c4. You can attack the queen here. Queen, where will the queen go? A move like queen b7 or something would bring a lot of trouble. Queen g4 here. This is attacked. Bishop sits on f6 very passively, and then rook goes to c7. So all of white's pieces are just flowing, flowing and flowing. There is so much energy in white's position here. So these are all the possibilities. What Gukesh decided was to go queen e1, and computer definitely doesn't like it. He doesn't understand. But is it bishop a5? Is it knight a5 which Gukesh has stopped? Where after rook c3, some ideas can come like bishop e3, rook c7, and all these discos. Is it that what something which Gukesh wants? Or if not, what else the queen on e1 is going to do? So this is very, very interesting. Rook d6 was played by Arvind. Arvind had a good idea here, but come on, very, very tough move to play on the board. Going queen d4 and leaving this knight open, but mainly you are attacking the d2 bishop. That was the whole idea, and it would have landed up in crazy complexities with h6 and all. Let's not go there. Rook d6 was played. He defends the c6 knight simply right now, and Gukesh goes bishop e3. He attacks the queen. The queen has to move. So that space was also created by rook d6. Queen went to d8. Now, with every move, somewhere Gukesh is attacking. Will he go bishop c5? Will he go h6? It's a very tempting position in such a way where you can also feel कि अरे ये भी हो रहा है, वो भी हो रहा है, ये भी खेलना है, वो भी खेलना है, and it can all create a mess up in your mind, because finally it needs to all come together well. Right now it's going into a little bit of narrow points where Gukesh must make sure that he doesn't lose his advantage. So bishop c5 looks like a strong move, allowing rook on the 7th rank for one reason. Good move for white to play. What should white play here? India OP says 35 minutes for a single move in the 90-minute game. Yes, definitely not very advisable. But I guess he played, right? Oh yeah, he took on f6. Nihal took on f6. ef6 bishop. Rook f6 has happened. He still has some edge, but he had, like with e6, it was a clear edge. But the calculations were very, very deep. Yes, Nihal took. Bishop h6, bishop e7, bishop e7. Saumik Banerjee, absolutely right. Bishop b6. You are attacking the queen. You are also attacking this knight. And for queen b6, you also have queen d2. There is a deflection. So when the bishop is attacked, where will the queen go? Suppose the queen goes here, trying to defend this guy over here. The problem is another rook comes in to attack this knight. And if you let's say try to move the knight, you cannot really move the knight somewhere. Rook c8 check is coming. That looks very risky. So you might want to give the knight away. Takes no, but if you take here, there is queen d3 check. So maybe first, oh my god, this was all very, very difficult, because to allow black such a counterplay is not easy. So that's the reason queen d4 could have been a very interesting possibility, but even for black to make such a move is not easy. What he played was queen d8 has been played, and bishop e3, queen d8 has been played, and Gukesh is thinking whether he will play bishop c5 and allow rook d2. I'm not sure. But if he doesn't do that, there is another idea with h6, very typical idea. And if gh6, because there is this rook also, both of them are defending well. In this case, when you have given up the pawn, you need to get something in return. And I want to get enough in return. Something like bishop f3. Do you think it makes sense? Opening up the g file there. So this could be interesting. All these ideas are interesting. But Gukesh first goes queen g3. I like this move. Very natural. Simply threatening the g7 pawn right now. Black has to see what to do. Bishop f6 he can go. I mean, that is how maybe he will have to defend this pawn. But Gukesh will also need to take care of moves like rook d1, which gives a lot of counterplay. If you go queen g7, it's a mistake. Black to play. What should black play here? What should black play here? Well done, Saumik, Siddhant, Rama. Queen d3 check, and this is kind of becoming a little bit dangerous. Rook takes h5 here. If you take on h5, then there is rook c1 check, bishop c1, and finally knight d4. And we are going for such kind of mating ideas where very stunningly white's king is actually facing problems. Tables can turn anytime. Life can change any moment. Be grateful. Okay, so Queen G3 has been played, and he is thinking if Arvind goes Rook D1, he gets some chance. He gets some chance to create counterplay. So he will go, because I think that's the only chance he may have. Otherwise, it's gonna get very tough for him. Shall we go to Nihal's position? Yes, he played ef6, rook f6, and next move he played was a3. And now I think he may have either missed or some underestimated, I don't know, but black rook f8 is a good move, because you might be giving a5 pawn, but there is also rook f2. So these are again the variations which need to be calculated. Knight takes a5, rook takes f2, and b7 this time is protected. So if you kick the knight away from the defense, the knight can jump in, and after knight takes b4, this knight can jump to h4, and it could create complications for white with the bishop here, knight here, such active pieces from black. Definitely there is a lot of compensation. The pieces are scattered. Yeah, if this is like a family and this is gone to USA for studying, नहीं आ रहा है वापस इधर, नहीं हो रहा है कुछ. So a3. So I think we have to see if Samuel is able to find rook f8 idea which gives a pawn sacrifice. Shall we go to Aryan's game? Because Aryan had IQP, he played queen a5, and we had left over here queen d2 is being played. D4 was played. Oh my god, is d4 working? E takes d4, bishop take. Wow. So basically he wanted to spoil the structure. What an interesting move Aryan has found. Oh my god, he's found such a timing for d4. It's just brilliant. Aryan is playing such solid chess. Unbelievable. Bishop f3, g takes f3, bishop goes back to b8. Yes, he's a pawn down, but and which is the d pawn, center pawn. In fact, it's also the passer, but worth the try for this king. d5. He tries to block also the queen coming to h5. Prag's game is over. It has ended in a draw, guys, if you don't know it. Rook c d8 has been played. 1, 2, and 3 guys attacking here. But there are 3 guys defending. So it is well protected currently. Rook c d8. There is another idea which black can maybe keep in mind. Oops, rook e5, which exerts an attack over here. Plus the rook can also shift. Just as an idea, it has to be careful. And we must not forget, after gf3, when there is this kind of a pawn structure and you have a bishop here, these are weak squares over here. The knight jumping to f4 is going to create super problems on h3, for the h3 pawn as well. So it's a great compensation and amazing play by Aryan. मतलब कोई doubt ही नहीं है. He is playing beautiful chess. Let's go to Gukesh's game. Bishop f6 has been played. Arvind could not play rook d1. It was not a easy thing to calculate after rook d1 and queen g7, and suddenly even get the sense that, oh, this king could be in danger that way. Now Gukesh has to think, and I will tell you the top, guys. Let me see how many of you can guess the top 3 moves of the computer. Do you want to try? top 3 moves. Rachit says, can you look at this line? Okay, we will go to Nihal's game after this, and after this question is answered, please do send this line again. Okay, अभी तक h6 आ रहा है. h6 is one move which has been suggested by 3 people. Bishop c5 is also being suggested. I'm just right now saying the moves which you guys are suggesting. I'm not telling whether they are in top 3 or not. I want to see how easy or difficult it sounds. Bishop. No, chess star, come on. It cannot be possible that you can suggest. They are the engine moves, exactly. So h6 and bishop c5 look like the natural moves. I completely agree with you all. Completely. But queen g4, bishop f3, and maybe maximum what I would agree is that this rook going back. Why? Because we were looking at rook d1 ideas. So that defends the back rank. And that is why when we have the king and in middle game queens are there, many times the rooks belong to the back rank, and that is how they have to also control the file. So there are these beautiful rook lifts we appreciate, because it's not always that the rook should be somewhere in the air. Okay, oh, he goes rook h1. Right now you're talking about this move. But these two moves, queen g4 and bishop f3, were pretty unnatural. The reason queen g4 was a good move was because you are stopping rook d1 and you are keeping an eye on the idea is the same. Even for bishop f3, the idea was the same. d1, rook d1 बहुत important है रोकना. इसके लिए this was that one chance where if you are alert for defense, rook d1 तुम खेलते थे. And it was an important move. Arvind in a way has lost this chance. Though Gukesh still would have had the advantage, it would only have to be like really precisely found. So knight d4 has been played by Arvind. Both of them have 25 minutes on the clock, and now it's Gukesh's turn. Let's see what he is going to play. This knight looks beautiful here. The king on e8 has managed to keep itself still very safe. In spite of all the pawn storm, these 4 pawns were like this. Yet, the king still holds on to the fort. So, we have to see when that break is going to happen, which will change it all. And especially, it's of course going to be h6 break sometime. So, bishop f3 has been played. Again, this is being controlled. What else is the idea of bishop f3? h5 is protected, yeah. So maybe you are, does it really matter if you want to play h6? No. But if you want to move the rook, maybe he intends to move the rook. So that is how also it will matter. Oh, Arjun is losing. People are saying, let's quickly also go to Arjun's game. And then we will come back to it. We may have to shift quickly now. Arjun versus Hippolyto. Right now, he is in trouble. The last we left at queen e2 was played. a5. Oh, a5 was found by Hippolyto. Hippolyto is actually on his toes. Rook a d1. The rook is challenged. Knight goes to f5. It's a tempo you cannot afford to allow. fg3. Bishop goes back. And now a4. Black is trying to push white's pieces back. They are very, very passive. And queen goes to e4. Arjun challenges the queen. But the queen exchange is also not going to favor him at all, because these pawns are not weaknesses. They are advanced. Many times they are weak. But in this case, you can see very less pieces you have over here. And there is this c2 square if black is able to get the rook here. But Hippolyto does not intend to exchange queens at all. He loves his queens over here. He thinks his queen is going to be stronger. Oops, very sorry. Arjun has of course not played that move. But white seems like in big trouble. Can Arjun find a way? Can he be tricky? Can he be resourceful and try to do something? Maybe maneuver the knight. Knight b1. Knight c3, knight d5, seems like some kind of an idea. It looks very hard though, very hard. Because the way Hippolyto has played until now has been amazing. So only thing is he has 11 minutes, and that is one chance for Arjun. If we go to Nihal's game, where he played a3. By the way, yes, Arjun's game, he is in big trouble. Rachit had asked a3, a4. Look at this line. A4 has happened. Samuel has played, by the way. And what Rachit had suggested was queen b4, attacking the knight. The knight goes back to a6. Queen takes a4. He wins a pawn. b5. There is a fork here. So knight b5, cb5, and queen b5. Did he plan this is the question. Whether Nihal planned this. Very interesting right now what you have suggested as a variation, because if in this variation Nihal will then be left with 3 pawns against this knight, and it looks really possible to play. It's quite unclear, but the pawns will start rolling. I like this suggestion. There is a lot of compensation for white for sure. So a4 has been played. Now we have to see, will Nihal go queen b4? If he goes queen e4, queen b4, it's pretty insane calculation which he has done. If he doesn't go queen b4, then what else can he really plan? A check like rook e8, which looks like wow. But is it really wow? Queen takes e8, and then rook goes to f8, and then this queen is again attacked. You go behind where queen e3, but black is all safe here. Black is not worrying. This bishop on d5 is very good. So I think it is important that Nihal goes queen b4 and tries to create this kind of imbalance. No, he goes knight e5. He goes knight e5 over here. Okay, let's look at it. He may not be having as much advantage as before, but there are certain exchanges which are now happening. Takes, and rook f8, and f2 is weak. You might need to play f3 so that it acts like a granite against this d5 bishop, but this is not going to be very easy for Nihal to convert. We will have to see. It's very unclear. Going to Aryan Chopra's game, I think he had played an amazing move at the right time. All those who missed, he played over here d4. Such a timing. This guy is on alert. This is how you handle the IQP. And now he takes, goes back. The dark squares are extremely weak in white's position. Rook goes to d8. He is not at all materialistic. He doesn't care about this extra pawn. h6 he plays here. Queen goes back to g2. Amin Tabatabai is also played really important idea. This queen shift, queen to g5, was a very good way to continue. Otherwise his king was absolutely lonely. So queen g5, h6, queen goes to g2, and now knight has gone to h5. This is quite tough for white practically to play. Going to Gukesh's game, because knight d4 had happened. He played bishop f3. Arvind is still thinking. It is not yet clear what to do. He can take the bishop here. If he doesn't take, can he go king f8? These are not easy decisions to defend. Okay, going back to other games as well. Let's quickly, we will have to shift, guys. So that's why sometimes when I will miss some interesting moment, do let me know in the chat. By the way, SL Narayanan was in trouble. Yes, he is still in trouble. Over here, queen g6 has happened. There is a pin here. Bishop d5. What is the threat? What is black threatening, guys? What is black threatening? Are you guys alert? What is black's threat? फटाफट. ट्रैप में फंसते नहीं हो यार तुम लोग. फटाफट अलर्ट हो. कितना भी फटाफट बोला तो ऐसे कोई बोल नहीं रहा है. Yeah, I thought you'll say bishop a2 is the threat. But no, you guys are alert. If g6 is the threat because now there is no pin. So well done, alert. बहुत सारे लोग सोए हैं लेकिन but it is okay guys. थोड़ा मोबाइल लो, टाइप करो फटाफट थोड़े आंसर्स. लास्ट फेज इन द वी आर एट द लास्ट फेज हियर. And they both are under 30 minutes. So do help by typing your answers. I think that is the most exciting thing for me. When you guys are absolutely active and telling the answers, suggesting the moves, I really enjoy that. So Arjun's game here, queen b6 has been played and he's still thinking. Let's go to Nihal's game. No, Nihal's game also we saw. Let's go to Vidit's game. What's up with Harsha also? Harsha was in trouble. His opponent had played, oh, this actually e4 को long castle किया. Harsha played long castle because he was desperate to bring his king to some safer spot. E takes d5. He said, I don't really care about my material anymore. c6. He only wanted to make his king safe. But now ef6 is happening. And what do you do? Because if you cannot take with the knight. If you take with the queen, you lose the g pawn. And now if you take with the g pawn, this is a lifelong passer. In fact, why not to go right now? And here you cannot take on g7 because queen g7, rook g7, there is f takes e5 and black is back in the game. So yes, ef6, gf6 has happened on the board and Harsha is in trouble. Ronak versus Aditya. Ronak has advantage still like he had earlier. You can look at these pawns. 1 isolated, 2 isolated, 3 isolated, doubled isolated pawns, and this is the 4th pawn island which is kind of weak, whereas white has 1 and 2 pawn islands. So this knight right now will eye in the future to f5. So this is big trouble for Aditya. Strategically looks very hard, but you never know because he was clearly losing with Harsha maybe, and he fought back. There was a blunder, so you never know. Okay, Vidit is black and he is still in control. Last we left at bishop f4, queen f4, king g7, g4 was played, and Vidit goes queen d6. He challenges the queen. He would have been very happy with the queen exchange there. That is very safe for him. Then he could even start focusing on b5, b4. But now the queen goes back. So he has gone for rook f8. But I am also wondering if he has anything else. Okay, rook f8. g5, what is the plan for g5? This might be his plan, like, because white is going to go g5 trying to clamp the structure, and Vidit would want to take a break by playing f6 and takes. This could be his idea right now. So yes, maybe this can happen on the board. So rook f8, things are in control. He's not down on it, like he doesn't have very bad position or something. But yeah, Seturaman is black and he had a lot of advantage earlier, but right now it has dissolved, so it's still equal. Murli Karthikeyan, oh, that rook and game, he was clearly better, and you can see already he is going towards a win. This rook and game is just very passive for white. There's nothing much he can do. There is one pawn here which will be created into a passer later. So Abhimanyu Puranik is black. It was unclear and it still is unclear, but there is this thing here, you have to be alert for the back rank. But this knight doesn't have a good square. It really needs to find a home. That is the whole point for this knight. Abhimanyu Mishra was winning, so this will be, if he's able to win this, it will be a big confidence booster for him. Shall we go to Nihal's game? Knight e5, knight takes e5 has been played. Rook takes e5 and rook a f8. We have reached this position where we were looking at f3 by Nihal. he will have to, this is being attacked, he will have to defend it either this way or to move the pawn to f3. Aryan Chopra still knight h5, still Taba Taba is thinking. And by the way, Ju Wenjun is black and she is in trouble. Marti Rosian is a pawn up, but he has this one pawn island here, and that could make a huge difference. These pawns are going to be starting to push. So I think strategically Wenjun is losing. This might be her first game which she will lose. Murzin versus Maksudlu is equal, but with lot of complexities, anything can still happen. And Gukesh's game, one of the most interesting game. Rook h1, yes, bishop f3. Arvind is still thinking. He has come down to 12 minutes. He is going under time pressure. For such a complex position, it's going to be very difficult if he goes under time pressure. Not easy at all. What about Arjun? Did any, is there any, oh my god, it's turned even. Queen e4, queen b6, he went queen e2. Still a great advantage for black here. He is in trouble. This is going to be very hard on Arjun. If this game he loses with white, definitely he is not in form. And yes, people have these phases and they are hard. But if you are able to survive them, because nobody is in such a phase for a permanent time. Class is permanent, form is temporary. That's what we say. So this is not going to be. Shubham says, where is Sagar Shah? Kamzor ho gaya hai. I saw his weight. Shubham kamzor nahi hua hai. Don't worry, he is just eating less. So he's lost a lot of weight. And I think he's not eating less like doing a diet or anything specifically. But he just removed the thing about the way he used to look at food. Basically, the perception. You can say the change of perception towards food, yeah. Because we are so used to कि ये खाना है, ये चाहिए, अभी चाहिए, खाने का time हो गया. But he's more like, if he feels, he will eat. Otherwise, yeah, mostly he skips one meal. Okay, so rook a c8 has been played by Hippolito, and he is definitely eyeing for lot of ideas there. Knight d4, rook c2. Arjun goes knight e4. He stops rook c2. He's challenged this rook here for an exchange, but opponent will not exchange. He will go knight d4. In fact, he could also go b4 and just ignore what Arjun is doing. So anything, by the way, some moves in Nihal's game. Yes, Nihal played f3. Nihal has played f3. The current evaluation of this position is unclear. Nihal has kingside pawn majority. Already there are only 3 pawns and यहाँ पे 2 pawns, which makes this king slightly weaker, thoda in comparison. But currently you are not close to it. Yes, you have your pieces eyeing down there. Black will have to be careful for back ranks and all. But the point is, he has wonderfully placed central pieces. They are all active. They are all in an attacking position. White's pieces right now are more for defending. This is the rook which is really active. But the knight is really wanting to find a good square. But nahi ho raha hai. It's now not even able to reach d6. और earlier it had बड़े बड़े सपने थे. मैं ये करूँगा, मैं वो करूँगा, मैं यहाँ जाऊँगा, मैं ऐसे करूँगा. बट अभी के लिए सारे सपने इस नाइट के टूट गए. It still has to dream. Shouldn't lose its dream. But queen b6. King pe you have to be careful. Anytime there could be knight e6. There is queen b2. A lot of threats. A great move by Samuel. How can you, let's say, what is the move of white which can help both these guys here? It can defend a b2 pawn also, and it can help the knight also to be not in the danger. What should he play? White. Oh, DJ Studio, you met Sagar yesterday. That's amazing. Hope you had a lot of fun at Phoenix then. Oh, yes, absolutely. Queen F2. A nice little move there. Very safe. You save your pawn and you get out of this spinning idea. So it's all still under control. And now you aim at rook e7. So these are the ideas. Plus, this knight is, not defended by a pawn. So all the time, even if any discourse, if the queen moves, black will have to be alert for. We are all making these kind of observations. क्या होता है when you are observing कि अरे ये knight को support नहीं है. Suddenly if the queen moves, you are alert. Oh, आ सकता है क्या? It's the time to disco, or is it not? This is a question you will ask because you are observing. You are very quick in observing. So your observations will be very fast as your level improves. Your observations of the change happening with every move will be very fast. Going towards Aryan's game, because we had that Aryan is winning karke. Knight queen g2 was played, knight h5, white played king h1. Look at this thing. Oh my god, this was equal. I mean, it was in control for black. It was in control for Amin Tabatabai. But what happened was, डर लग रहा है, there is fear, and he goes king h1. He's like, I want to get out of here. Maybe I want to attack. तू क्यों अटैक करेगा भाई? मैं भी अटैक करूंगा. एटीट्यूड ही चेंज कर दिया उसने. इधर का कुछ रहा ही नहीं. So he's changed his attitude. What about, why is it a bad move? What should black play here? Not difficult. Very, very simple move. Knight f4. You are attacking the queen right now. You are keeping an eye on h3. Logically, white does not want to keep his queen anywhere here because it will be a losing thing. Discos are just there in the air anyway. Queen g4. But then what do you do? Again attack the queen. How? How do you attack the queen? h5. Yes. Now what does the queen do? As we know, not here, not here. So it goes to h4. Trying to keep defense for h3. And now, what should black play over here? A question to you. What should black play over here? This structure, बहुत बार in Maroczy-bind also there is a, when there are these two pawns here of white and black has e6 and d6, d5 move happens, where after takes, he gives a pawn, black gives a pawn, and he has this dark square bishop. Very, very typical of it. And there are all these weaknesses here which are created. So the question is, what should black play here? Guys, come on, think. You are suggesting this move f6 here, but look at the engine. पूरा ही पूरा change हो चुका है. I will tell you why. Or would you like to tell me why? This move, idea क्या है? You want to go g5 and you want to, I mean, I really like it that you want to go g5, queen g3 के बाद you are going, but you are planning to expose the king. Fine. Can I not stop your idea? How will you think? In the game, तुम सोच रहे हो मैं f6 करूंगा, मैं g5 आऊंगा, सब खत्म, गई ये क्वीन गई. अभी क्या बोलेगा अपोनेंट? क्या सोचेगा? अरे इसने f6 खेला, इसको g5 आना है, पर मैं थोड़ी ना आने दूंगा. knight e4. अभी can you even dare to play a move like g5 with this guy here and with this knight here? Obviously not. So this is what, अगर तुम ऐसे सोचोगे तो वो भी तो सोचेगा ना वैसे. So important move was knight g6. You attack the queen, and if queen h5, the final blow is queen c7. The idea is queen h2 check and nobody can defend a king. Nobody. It is in the jungle, in the where all the lions are waiting to eat it. So basically, if we go back now, knight h5. He didn't play knight f4. I am absolutely wondering why not. Knight f4 was just an amazing move and not even difficult. Why would Aryan not go knight f4? Very surprising. Maybe maybe he doesn't want to win a simple exchange or what? No, but he's winning a piece there. So I am surprised. He goes bishop e5. Bishop e5 he has played, pinning this again, but no, I don't like this move because the problem is you have even given up the queen c7 ideas in the future. He has advantage. He still has advantage, but knight f4 was way too strong. Okay, let's check other games as well. Nihal's game, f3, queen b6 has been played, and what Nihal goes is queen b4. Look at him. We have the camera. Nihal is thinking. Queen b4. You know, earlier he would never be sitting much on the board. He in 2014, the first time when we were covering in Pune World Juniors, he was a very little guy and he would just keep walking. He'll make his move and he'll walk. He'll not even sit on the, even when it was his move, he would never sit. He would stand and think. Queen b4 has been played. His opponent takes queen b4. A takes b4. This knight is attacked. He has now got a doubled pawn here. Very interesting because now there is b5 also, which can happen in the future. The knight goes back to d7. Rook e7 looks nice move, like a nice move. For rook f7 there will be this rook coming to e1. So but it's equal. It's equal and it's not going to be easy. This bishop stays here like a Maharaja. So that one is not really allowing an easy play for him. Okay, going to Aryan's game, he's played bishop e5. Tabatabai is thinking Aryan has kind of missed a very nice opportunity. We will have to see whether he'll get more opportunities or not. But he is better. In Gukesh's game, oh my god, Gukesh is now almost winning. After rook h1, knight d4, bishop f3, king went to e7. Oh my goodness, this king which had kind of waited and waited for 31 moves, 30 moves. देखो एक बार भी कुर्सी पे बैठा रहा, हिला नहीं. It was just there and suddenly it decides to go to e7 because it is too much for it to remain here. He thinks that कुछ तो करना है अभी, वैसे ही नहीं रह सकता हूँ. Then rook went to c5. Wow, what an idea. Is he intending rook e5, bishop e5, queen e5? That looks quite powerful with h6 and lot of, or maybe h6 takes and then takes, because after queen e5, queen h8 and lot of things in the air. So rook c5, quite interesting. Queen b6 has been played. He attacks the rook here and now Gukesh plays rook h7. Just simply, oh by the way, Nihal's game is over. They have agreed for a draw. So they have agreed for a draw. Maybe I will ask to change the camera and put it on Gukesh's board because it is about to, I'm not sure if it will finish, but it's really interesting. But let me just check. Okay, so we will see if we are able to get, yes, he already put it. Awesome. There we have Gukesh versus Arvind, and one of the most interesting game which has been going on. Today's game of the day, in the sense like the whole attack was just amazing. 2 games are over. All those who are joining right now, Praggnanandhaa has drawn his game. Nihal has drawn his game. Right now we are at Gukesh's position. Gukesh versus Arvind. It is extremely interesting. He is attacking. The king is in the center. Now the king goes even further in the center because he tried to stop rook c7. Rook c7, rook c8, rook h8. All the threats were there. So king goes to d7. What is Gukesh going to do here? He has many ways. He has many ways. At some point h6, h pawn has been waiting. वो रुका है कि भाई कब मेरे को ढकेल रहे हो आगे, कब से रुका हूं मैं. सो इज इट द टाइम राइट नाउ. h6, g takes h6. Oh my god, and another thing, let us not forget another thing. This bishop can jump in and take the f7 pawn. How do you defend the f7 pawn? And it's not about just a pawn. Remember, it's about weakening this. It's about just activating the bishop and opening the 7th rank. Absolutely. It's an absolute open 7th rank. So king d7, h6, bishop h5 look extremely interesting. Even a move like just waiting move is not a bad move. Can you imagine? So Gukesh is in a very good space. Can you take the knight here? Yes, you can, because this is crushing white to play and win. Very simple question to all of you. Very quickly, can you please answer? Hey, Gukesh made the move. Look, there we have on the board. h6 has happened. And here the answer was the first one. Shlok Mali, absolutely. e5 just completely is winning. But he finds h6. Good move by Gukesh. Arvind is in trouble. It was a very difficult position already. And now with h6, it's absolutely getting blasted. Bishop h5 is in the air. What can he do now? दिस इज द टाइम. अब भी बोल रहे थे, वो पॉन रुका था कि भाई कोई ढकेल रहो आगे. ही इज सो हैप्पी. इफ दिस पॉन वॉज अ लिटिल गाय, ही इज जंपिंग. Queen b7 only move, says Yardley. Now there are no moves are like it's already a lost position. If you just look at the bar also, you realize it's already lost. But let's just look at, maybe he has time 8 minutes. So Arvind might think, and we will come here because we'll know when he's going to move. But very quickly, if I go to Aryan, has he got the advantage? Bishop e5, bishop a1 was played, and now he goes knight f4. But the bishop on b8 would have been so much more powerful with these ideas. Queen goes to g4. I think he must have realized it now, and he will still play h5 here, queen h4 here, and he might, can he still play this same thing? Takes. Yeah, here I think black can win material. It's a completely different idea. You attack the rook on c1, and if it goes to c2, then black to play and win. Find a move. Black to play and win. Guys, please do not use engine when you are answering over here. Think with your own brains. You are strong enough. Most of you I see are not at all using engine. I can understand the way you answer. But there are a few who are using engine. Yes, Shlok, Narendra, Pranav, Akinle, Siddharth. Right, the rook jumps in, attacks the queen. All the time this queen is being in a big trouble, and the queen gets trapped. Such a lovely trap. It has no square anywhere, and it's just trapped. Everybody does their job, yeah. Beautiful queen trap. So this queen g4 has been played. h5 is definitely going to happen, and we will see. Of course, he may play queen f5 instead of queen h4. In our Gukesh's game, let's go quickly. Gukesh has played, Arvind has played gh5, bishop h5, gh6, bishop h5 has happened. Gukesh did not think much. He is clear. He wants to attack this pawn. Double bishops are being activated. Look at this bishop. Pawn भी रखा रहता था तो चलता था. But only thing is, maybe it has stopped queen g7. But otherwise it has been a completely useless bishop. Bishop h5. Okay, shall we look at Arjun's game? He was in big trouble. rook d8, rook d8, bishop f8 was played, bishop h4 was played, attacking e7, bishop went back to f8, queen went to e2, and now he has declined. Hipólito number of times is declining queen exchange. Yeah, so if this guy doesn't like the end games, he will keep avoiding queen exchange, and at some point it's not going to be good for him to avoid the queen exchange. If that happens, then Arjun can make a comeback. So here already he went queen c6, whereas queen e2, rook e2, rook d1 was definitely a line worth considering for him. This exchange where the knight comes in and black's pieces are pretty active. But he decides to go queen c6 right now, and Arjun is thinking he could go back knight c3, attack the b5 pawn. Yes, this is bad for him, but not yet lost. Okay, Harsha Bharatkoti has lost his game against Nadirbeg. Sethu Raman is playing his game, and the position is completely unclear over there. Not yet. Let's look at that later again. Vidit, oh my god, a lot of things have happened in Vidit's position. We last left at queen f4, king g7, g4 was played, and he challenged for the queen. Oh yes, we saw this rook f8 also. His opponent did not play g5, he played e4, takes, queen takes. Why not knight takes, by the way? Because with the idea of queen f6, the good move over here would be bishop d5. You are pinning, and this is the reason it's not as effective. So queen e4, and Vidit goes f5. Wow, that's amazing activity he has found. Because if you take here, then h3 is becoming weak. He goes back, f takes g4, and knight goes to b5. This is becoming crazy complicated again. Can Vidit go queen d5 and defend and be a pawn up here? Yes, but then d5, and he will have to look out for these ideas because bishop d5 is a big blunder. White to play. What will he play? White to play. Number of moves possible. But queen e5 check. If you go if you go king g8, then there is bishop d5, and if yeah, queen e5 is the simplest out of all. You lose this thing. Okay, so that's something which he must be careful for. What has happened in the game is, yeah, queen b6 he played, and then queen e5 check. This has happened in Vidit's game right now. Actually, yeah, rook f6 he played, important move, and if white goes knight c7, Vidit needs to be careful, little bit careful for a moment, but he has great chances because he's created a lot of imbalances here. So Vidit has great chances with black, though the position is equal. Shall we go to Gukesh's game? We have the camera over there. Last move, bishop h5 was played, queen b7. Gukesh is thinking right now. These are the last few moments of his game, final moments you can say, which we are witnessing. Bishop d4 looks like a very strong idea because for takes there is e5, and if bishop d4, if rook d4, then okay, now maybe bishop f7 should be possible, but could be a reason that king a1 also is possible. Just going king a1, he cannot take on e4 anyway. There is rook check. If king goes back, now bishop f7. You're not worried about this pawn, yeah? But Gukesh needs to calculate. At the end of it, it's a game. You are there. We are here sitting aram say with an engine. Gukesh is not, there is no engine there. There's all pressure there. There's less time. Here, even if your opponent is getting a counter play, that is something you need to be alert. तो उसके लिए इतना easy नहीं है. अपने लिए रहेगा. Not for him. Let's see what he does. Jahnavi says Vidit is having only 4 minutes on clock. Okay, that is something I did not observe. What about his opponent? How much time he is having? Who is that? Yu Yangi, right? Gukesh के बाजू में Yu Yangi versus. Okay. Daniel. Got it. Now let's go to. I think this time control is bad. I think move 40 bonus should have been implemented. Says best you please. I mean, there are two events with 40 moves rule, but this is right. Currently, the classical games for other events is generally 90 minutes only. Is Gukesh going to make a move? He's still thinking. Guys, we will. I don't think he'll think a lot, but shall we look at other games? Or shall we wait? What do you think? Prag, Prag's game ended in a draw. Nihal's game ended in a draw. Gukesh right now is playing. Arjun is in trouble. Harsha Bharatkoti lost. Arvind is anyway playing with Gukesh. So we have a few Indian. What about Ronak and Aditya Mittal? They were having a. Yeah, what about Ronak and Aditya Mittal? Just to look at. Oh, look at this. This king has reached f5. Ronak is playing amazing. He has not lost the advantage at all. He is in complete control, and this bishop is just a complete passive defensive bishop. No, this is strategically lost. And this was Vidit's game which we are looking at. He has 4 minutes. He's played rook f6, but even Tin has 5 minutes. So that is why it's not a big problem there. Arjun is by any chance has his opponent given him any chances? Yes, he has. F3, knight f4, queen e3, knight e6. Arjun's opponent might give him some chances. Now, maybe time for the bishop to go back, to get this queen to b4, to put pressure. Gukesh makes a move here. He plays king a1. Look at it, guys. Shant move. How do you find such moves? How? Yes, there are a number of moves winning. But is it any time easy to make such a move? King a1. This is only a शांत move. जितने लाइफ में शांत बनोगे उतने शांत moves ढूंढोगे. Okay, that was not a funny one. It was hilarious. King a1. So now there is no check. And he has left the ball to Arvind. Arvind, ले 4 minutes है तेरे पास. तू सोच जितना सोचना है. तुझे सोचना है. If you want to think queen e4, you calculate. I have no problem. I will calculate in your time. I am relaxing here with king a1. So he has left the ball in Arvind's court. Arvind has to think what to do. He knows his position is gone with the king on d7. क्या ही करे. But if there cannot be any miracle also for him because there are white pieces are just way too active and this one is ready to exchange. So yeah, he's thinking, is he going to resign? Let's wait here. Maybe I should do a full screen for a file. Arvind is thinking. Jahnavi says, somehow I feel all classical games are being converted to end blitz with this time control. Finally, time pressure is obviously going to happen. You have a 4-hour game, and may people are going to reach 2 minutes, 1 minute. Yes, definitely that's a blitz time control for us. But for them, no, it's a 4-hour game. They have had all intense emotions up and down. So no, it's not the same at all. Few changes do happen. Queen e4, he has taken the, and Gukesh is saying like I don't need to think at all. He gives a check, the king goes to d8. And now I think Gukesh is also ready with the next move. Gukesh is ready with the next move. King d8. What is he thinking? Bishop f7. He should collect the pawn. Or he can first get rid of the knight. Yeah. This knight just being there. Even if he's doing nothing, he is a bit annoying. So that is also possible. remove the irritant, and then aram se you have a lot of other, like you can continue with taking the pawn and all. Okay, black huge blunder and Vidit advantage. Okay, that's a great news. Let us check that. Vidit is having advantage because Jahnavi. Now your question comes. This is a time pressure. They may have 2 minutes each, 3 minutes each, but a stronger player is generally more resilient. And this is what happens, a mistake at the end by a weaker opponent than you, because he carries the 4-hour pressure in the end, and who can sustain it more. It's all about nerve control, so it's not as easy. That these are these little differences when you play blitz only and a classical game which then goes into a blitz time control. Okay, shall we have a look at it? While Gukesh is going to play, we will come back here very quickly. Oh, by the way, Leon versus Adiban is a game which we have completely forgotten to check it out. And Leon is having advantage. He has 2 minutes. So, slight advantage, not a clear advantage. Let's see what happens. Gukesh is still thinking. Until that time, let's go to Vidit's game, because everyone's saying that his opponent, oh my god, huge blunder. Knight b5, queen b6, queen e5 check, rook f6, knight c7. All of it looks very good. G takes h3, Vidit wins pawn, he's a pawn up, and bishop goes to h1. Big blunder. Very important move for white. White had to make the only move. What was the move which white needed to play? Bishop h1 is like resign already, because look at the king side. Here 3 pawns, here there are 3 pawns each, but on the king side 1 against 3, if he goes a move like bishop h1 which does nothing, no good, no threat, it's over. He might be thinking d5 is a threat, but no, nobody even, Prahlad Sen, right, well done. Bishop d5 was the only move. You are attacking this bishop, you are asking him what will you do, and if bishop takes d5, there is knight d5 where it is a fork. You will have had to give the exchange. Queen takes d5, and this is the position which white had to enter, but looks very dangerous as the king is exposed, and with it would have still managed to win this, because it's practically dangerous. What he played was bishop h1, and with it simply moves the bishop away. All tactics are over, which means that he's just 2 pawns up here. Okay, let's come here again. I think Gukesh has made a move. Did he make a move? No, he's still thinking. He is still thinking for king d8, but these are going to be the final moments now. After bishop f7, now he plays bishop d5. What a miss. Now he realizes, what a miss. What did this move do good for him? Gaya. Ek opportunity tha, gaya. Sometimes in chess, you will have opportunity knocks the door only once. Like moments, those moments. And then your opponent never gives the chance. After bishop d5, Vidit has a simple move challenging the queen exchange and attacking this knight and this bishop, and it's going to be game over. The queen d6 is going to be game over. So Vidit is winning here. And is Gukesh ready with a move? Gukesh ही है screen पे. हाँ, Gukesh ही है. Yes, I think Gukesh is about to make a move. So let's come here again. Ma'am, in Gukesh game, rook c8, king e7, rook h8, bishop h8, queen g8 win. Rook c8, king e7, rook h8, bishop. आई बराबर बोला क्या? Bishop h8, queen g8, win. ये win नहीं है बाबा. I will tell you why. Why he needs to be careful. Firstly, for rook h8, it's a blunder. Black to play and win. He plays some other move. He plays queen e1, but this was a blunder. This simple variation was a blunder. Black to play and win. Gukesh has not gone for this, because if he would have gone for this, it was a blunder. Exactly, guys. Knight c2 check. Here, you will get a smothered mate if there is king b1. And does everybody know a smothered mate? Black to play. What is a smothered mate? जो खत्म कर देता था यहाँ पे. वाइट के सपने चूर 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 होते थे. चूर 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 मेट. Smothered mate is chur 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 mate. Queen B1, Saumik Devan, Shri Kumaran PD, absolutely Queen B1. Lovely queen sacrifice, one of the most favorite sacrifices. Queen sacrifices and knight C2 mate. That would have been over. So not rook h8. Good question, but it did not work. So what he played here was not a check. He first played Queen E1. And knight c2 is controlled because you have two rooks. Last time only when you played rook h8 there was knight c2 check. And look at this queen move here. Queen is going to a5. क्या ही queen है, मतलब it has gone to queen to e1 earlier also. And amazing maneuver. Australia to US to India to बहुत घूम लिया ये queen ने. So lovely move by Gukesh. Very creative. You can see creativity in his moves. They're not normal moves. Many of the ideas are वो point पे सोचोगे नहीं. Those kind of moves. So here Queen E1 has been played. He doesn't really care about losing the pawn. Then he will first take this knight here. Rook takes d4 and the queen will jump in. The king is in a mess. Okay, going to Vidit's game because that was, did he find Queen d6 here? Bishop f7, bishop d5. He played rook d7. Okay, that's also winning. Rook d7 because now c7 is attacked. f7 is defended. Everything is defended. So Vidit is winning. His opponent should resign very soon. His opponent has 45 seconds. So this is going to be over. Anshuman says Rukesh OP. Yeah, yesterday I made a big slip of tongue. Rook and Gukesh ke liye Rukesh ho gaya tha. Okay, Gukesh has made the final move. Queen takes f5. He played bishop f5. Actually, he did not take here. He's played bishop f7. And Arvind is thinking 2 minutes on the clock for Arvind. Vidit is winning. Praggnanandhaa and Nihal have drawn their games and they have maintained a lead mostly. No, it depends on if, in fact, Aryan wins. He goes to a lead. And Aryan had a better position. If Martirosyan was winning against Zhu Wenjun, that means Aryan and Martirosyan would be the leaders. If Aryan is able to beat Tabatabai, they would be the joint leaders. Okay, so bishop f7 has been played here. Arvind has come down to 1 minute. VD game पे भी जाएंगे. He makes a move. He goes rook d7. Gukesh now can take the knight on d4. Can go queen a5 as well. Can he give a check here? Oops, look at this, guys. With the check, the whole evaluation changes only by one check. Let's not forget Gukesh is 2 pawns down. Okay, 2 pawns down. मतलब he has in mind कि यार I can't mess up. I still can't mess up. ऐसा नहीं है कि if the king is in center मैं कुछ भी करूँ, मैं आराम से करूँ, मैं ये करूँ, मैं वो करूँ. No, it's not that kind of a position and it is surprising. Very, very surprising. If you go rook h8 here, not knight c2 now by the way because there is rook c2 here, but bishop h8, he plays bishop d4. Yes, that is a smart move, very smart move. And this, there are not many pieces to attack the king, so somehow black king will defend. So he first takes on d4, then he gets up from his board and Arvind is thinking, if I must show you for a moment a full screen, because it's a Zoom call, the quality is not in our control. It's in Zoom's control. Okay, so Gukesh is not on the board. Bishop d4. I think if he got up right now, then he is sure about his calculations. Number 1 is if e takes d4, guys, white to play and win. If he takes d4, white to play and win. White to play and win. Checkmate in one move. We have some time. Can 20 of you answer? I'll read all the names. Shlok, Azam, Siddharth. No, not Pranav. Satyam, Braille Zebra, Gangster, Vishwesh, Narendra, Rohit, Akindale, Protanu, Venkat, Venugopal, Deven, Soham, Keshav, Jannavi, Rishi, Ajinkya, Dora, Vishwas, and Akash, Brijanshu. Okay, that's over. He resigned. Because if he takes with the pawn, there is a checkmate in one move. There is queen which has been opened. The file has been opened. And if he takes with the rook here, then there is queen a5 jumping in with the idea of rook a7 mate anyway. And it is not possible to defend his mate. So bishop d4, you can see the guys, they are arranging the pieces, trying to analyze. Arvind is asking something. With their expressions, can you really understand what they're trying to say? But what an attack by Gukesh, yeah, amazing. For all those who have missed, at this point you can see there came e4, and from this point, what a game Gukesh has played. Okay, let's go to the other games as well, because we need to know what our other guys are doing. Chal kya raha hai? Firstly, Arjun, does he have any chance? Queen where did we leave? Queen b6 check, bishop f2, queen went back, f4. Oh, it was okay. It was a little bit in control, but Arjun went f4. Obviously, you feel like wanting to do an activity, and I like the move personally. Because you are defending the e5 pawn, and later you are going to have these threats. But came bishop h6, which is not a good idea. The computer says g3, and black did not get anything here. Rook d1, rook c8, queen d2. Arjun in fact managed to equalize. Queen d5, queen went to b8, queen d2. But Hippolyto doesn't want a draw. Hippolyto seems like a big fighter, yeah, absolutely. Queen went to e2. Maybe a good better square for the queen was to maintain on d file. He went to e2, and Hippolyto played amazing timing. h5, h4, time to start weakening there. Queen f3, b4. So Hippolyto is attacking from both the sides. b4 over here, h4 over here. Again, in the last two moves, things changed drastically. It was pretty hard to believe that things will change in this manner. But something like knight c3, where if right now h5 would be played, the knight goes to d5, and for h4, g4, the whole point is the queen, the knight defends it, and if you go bishop h6, there would be bishop e3, knight e7, all these ideas. So that's why this was a good maneuver. But after b4, f5, it's getting crazy. Can Arjun calculate better than his opponent and create play against the king here? An exposed king and less time is always a very, very dangerous situation. So Arjun is being very tricky and very resourceful. Suddenly this position can go anyway. Even if black is better, it could change. Absolutely. Himang says Aryan drew. Oh my god. So he definitely missed that opportunity. It was an important opportunity. So Aryan is drawn. Might be like Martirosyan becomes the sole leader if he beats Venjun. Yeah, exactly. Amrita asks, can you tell where you we actually have chess clocks on ChessBase India shop. Please check that out. You can buy the DGT clocks which are being used in the main tournaments from our website. So do check that out if you are wanting. Queen b3 has been played, and who is thinking? Arjun's move. Arjun is thinking right now. By the way, did Vidit's game got over, or is his opponent still playing? Yes, Vidit's opponent is still playing, but Vidit is clearly winning. He is 2 pawns up. B2 is attacked and hard to defend, because if you go rook b1 here, there is a deadly pin. There is c3 also, so it's going to be over. So rook b6. So Vidit is winning. What about Setu Raman? Setu Raman is oh, they have the most complicated game going on. What about Leon versus Adiban? Leon has slight advantage, so this game is also going to go on. Materially, Leon is a pawn up, so that's why he has a bit of advantage over there. Murli Karthikeyan is winning. Oh, g4. Is it a mate? King e3, rook g2, and then you win the pawn. Okay, okay. He was always winning there. What about, yeah, Gukesh won. Oh, now we have a new board there. Martirosyan versus Wenjun. Oh, that's a nice king pawn endgame. King b4. White is clearly winning, because if king f4, the king comes, and the whole point is whenever you go king g3, there is g5. You go, so let's just to show you this variation. King f4, king, where does it really matter? King c5, king c4, king g3, g5, king h3, g6. Now you again have to come on the g file, g7, h3, and g8 queen comes with a check. Important is, this would have been a draw if the pawn was here. It's a theoretical draw, you have no way to win. But this pawn is here, and this queen pawn endgame would be winning. So she played king d4, king went to b3, she will play king d3 again. But now for king d3, even if she maintains a position, this pawn starts rolling. I guess you all know the rule of square. The rule of square, the rule of square. The king needed to be inside of this box. Only then it could have stopped the pawn. But it's not after king d3. So king b3, last move, and a resignation is something which we are soon going to see. By the way, SL Narayanan lost to Koeba Karov. Okay, she's played king d5. She's still hanging on there. Let's go to let's go to Arjun's game. Okay, it has become complicated. BA3, BA3. Queen goes to b3. It's attacking the a3 pawn right now. Rook goes to d3. Wow, what happens for queen d3? Guys, are you alert? That's a little trick by Arjun. If queen d3, what should white play? If queen d3, what should white play? Guys, all those who are joining, Prag has drawn, Nihal has drawn, Vidit has won, Gukesh has won, Arjun is playing. This is the game right now we are having here. Aryan Chopra, who is playing just amazing chess. He would have won, but unfortunately he missed it, and it ended in a draw. Okay, guys, yes, knight f6 check. If queen d3, there is a disco there. Knight f6, you win the queen. So rook d3, a nice little trick there. He plays queen b1. It was important that black had a nice move. Knight g7, and in return attack this guy here. If you take, he takes. Now the rook is hanging. If you move the rook, and the knight is hanging, and you cannot go here. So if you go here, counter attacking this knight there, rook takes e4, rook takes e5, and suddenly this position e3, and look at this, the bishop attacks, this attacks. So this would have been a disaster for Arjun. But what happened was, knight g7 was again a backward move, tricky move. It was missed. He played queen b1 check, king goes to h2 now, still can't take here. Now he goes knight g7. He should have done the same with queen on b3. How does it matter? Because when the queen was on d3, Does it? No, queen f3 was still possible. Wait a second, guys. It was important to see. Why not queen f3 over here? Okay, because the king on g1 is preferable and black simply goes queen b2 attacking e5. Okay, it's all complex, but the moral of the story is that king is better for black perspective to be on g1 instead of h2 because of the ideas which would be arising. Anyway, if we go back in the game, knight g7, queen f3 was played, and now Hippolyto goes rook c2. Seems extremely ambitious. Who won't be? These two ranks are just absolutely open. No pawn there. Oh, and this seems all very safe. But suddenly, what Arjun can do is to go knight g5, and he is getting a better position with knight g5. Queen f7 is a big threat. You cannot defend it. Only move to defend is queen a2. Actually, that's the only move. And then the king goes to g2. You have defended everything over here. Wow. Because over here, if after queen a2, no, you had to defend f2 pawn. I think if Arjun gets this, he is definitely going to get a lot of chances to create counterplay against the king. Has it happened? Oh, this has happened. Arjun has played knight g5 and after queen a2 he has gone king g2. It's getting difficult for black to find the right moves. If we can get the camera on Arjun's game, it would be really amazing. I don't know if guys you can hear me, but let me just quickly put a message there. Okay, Nikhilesh is there and he's shifting cameras. Let's see if he gets our message to go to Arjun's game. Queen c4 here. After king g2, the best move for black was rook e2 because it is also keeping an eye on all e6 ideas there, sacrifices in the air. But he goes queen c4. Can Arjun find a move rook d4? Can Arjun find a move rook d4? Because the queen is going to be, if you go move like queen a2, you just simply take this. If he goes queen b3 and defends the thing, then you do not exchange. You go queen e4 with the idea of queen h7 check. So queen c4 has stopped queen e4 for now. So will Arjun find rook d4? Because he is reviving the idea. In fact, if queen a2, can you not go rook no, here you cannot because there is rook f2 check. So that is the little difference there. Arjun is thinking, I think he will find rook d4. He has 8 minutes in hand. And Hippolyto has come to this position because he had only 9 seconds when he made the last move, queen c4. So this is a big advantage. I think this was the only advantage which we were looking at कि अगर Hippolyto time pressure में आएगा तो. And Arjun has managed to do, yes, he finds rook d4. Well done. कहाँ से कहाँ तक? Opponent, because he wanted to win at all costs. He was a fighter. We have reached this point. Oh, look at this. Arjun versus Hippolyto. Guys, if you are able to see this for a moment, let me show the full screen. थोड़ा और आगे निखिलेश लेके जा सकते हो तो बहुत अच्छा होएगा. Okay, but otherwise what I can do is maybe, I don't know if he's, oh, लोग बीच में से जाएंगे निखिलेश. You may have to keep the camera आगे. Do try. Okay, he goes queen b3 and that's all over. That's all going to be over. Suddenly Arjun's opponent has blundered. Less time always makes it all worse. Queen e4 is going to be completely disastrous. You cannot stop this mate and it's just over. Can you believe it? After queen e4 it's going to be over. ये खेला तो ये मारा. Nothing in hand. We are going to see a resignation soon, guys. Yes, Arjun plays queen e4. Oh my god. This has been such a flip. This has been a crazy flip. Oh my god. Such heartbreak for Hippolyto. In fact, hats off to him because the way he played with Arjun, it was tremendous. Also, the fighter he is, that is also tremendous. We learnt a lot about him today. But Arjun was, I think, he made this whole thing, the king weakness and time pressure is a combination which is always very risky. So, there we have a complete heartbreak for Hippolyto. He goes rook f2, but it's nothing but a heartbreak for him. King f2. Saugata says Nikhilesh Jain OP. Absolutely. Aditya and Nikhilesh are at Sharjah at the venue over there every day, covering and bringing us new things. Also, thanks to the organizers. Queen b2 check, king f3. Finally, either he'll resign or he might make the last move f5 there. But yes, he resigns. Arjun wins. And let's see how he is. They're analyzing. Arjun is happy. Little bit of a smile there. So, Arjun kept his nerve. It was very difficult. But I think it all changed at a way. This was important, yeah. At this point, f5 move. It wasn't the best move, but it was the most resourceful thing to do to expose the king when black was under time pressure. And that gave him all the chances of black. If black goes wrong, the stake is very high. The stake is the king. And that changes it all. So Arjun managed to win this. It's a great result for us. Going next to which other games? Ronak versus Aditya still going on. This pawn on e2, look at this little guy, 53 moves, it has not moved. Record hai kya? Guinness Book of World Record. The pawn on e2 has not moved. Okay, which game we will put the camera? We can put the camera. Let's see. One is this one. Oh, it's equal. It's completely equal. Daniel versus Setu. Setu is losing. Oh, ये तो यही समझने में टाइम लगेगा कि ये पॉन इधर जा रहा है या वो पॉन उधर आ रहा है. Leon versus Adiban. Maybe we can go to Leon versus Adiban as there Leon is winning. Or Ronak versus Aditya. But how did Aditya, how does he manage to come back from such bad positions? It's unbelievable. This guy is an unbelievable fighter, yeah. This is, oh, the pawn, ab bhi nazar lag gayi. I had said this pawn has not moved. 53 moves it did not move. And finally e4. e4 has happened in the game. c3, e4 c5 की आदत है ना. e4 c3, knight b3 check there. The king is blocked. There is no entry. Let me check 1 second. Okay, I've asked him to keep a camera on some board. Let's see whichever he's able to keep. We will be able to. Or one of the thing, maybe they have gone for interviews. So anyway, knight b3 check. The king has no entry over there anywhere. And king moves, suppose kahan pe bhi gaya. King d1, let's say he goes with the idea of c2. You want to stop, and if c2, there is knight c2 and king c2, a4, king b3, a5, king b4, a6, bishop a6, and now you get king f5. But does it matter? Because सारे बैठे हैं light square पे. King f6 takes, king g7 takes, king h7 takes, and h pawn and the bishop can draw. No, h pawn can't. King h6 and it's all a draw. So yes, there we have Leon versus Adiban. Can we go there? This is a draw, and Adiban versus Leon. Oh, it's clearly winning. Yeah, now King c5. But because it's rook and knight, anything can happen. If this knight is able to give a sacrifice for the 2 pawns, it's a draw. So King c5 has been played. The advantage with Leon is that the flank, this rank is cut off. So the king needed to be behind, but it's not. Let's see if there is any scope for our AD to fight back. Himang says, did anyone notice Gukesh's new shirt today? Very fashionable. No, we did not notice yet, Himang. But we will go back to the video and check it out. Rook a7 has been played. Right now we have only few Indian games going on. Ronak versus Aditya, Daniel versus Seturaman, and Leon versus Adiban. And Abhimanyu Mishra was winning. What happened to his game? Okay, Rook d6 has been played. The king is now cut off from both these sides. And he is intending king e4. Then maybe f5, f6, yeah? That sounds good. But we saw that with knights on the board and endgame, a mess up is very easily possible. So let's see. Why is there no broadcast delay? I don't know yet, but maybe they would have strict measures over there. VD's game, but VD won, right? VD won, guys. All those who have joined now. Praggnanandhaa and Nihal drew. Gukesh won. Aryan Chopra drew. VD won. Arjun won. Arjun actually had to strike back. SL Narayanan lost. Seturaman is losing. Harsha Bharat Koti lost. And right now Leon versus Adiban is going on. Ronak versus Aditya Mittal is going for a draw. Abhimanyu Puranik drew. Abhimanyu Mishra is winning. So Murli Karthikeyan won. So okay, Rook d2 has been played by Leon. Maybe now time to go king e4 and f5. What counterplay does Adiban have? He goes rook a3, trying to pin. Is his idea knight d5? No, because this rook will go to d5 and it's not gonna work there. So khelo f5 khelo. e6, even if it is a good move, you don't really want to play it, right? Because ऐसे लगता है कि pawn अकेला है. So rook a3. I think white can go f5 now. Leon can go f5. Can I try to do a full screen for a moment? Aryan says, Amrita ma'am, mast gaya tournament. Arre Aryan, congratulations. What was your result? Let us know. Leon is thinking here. Is he thinking of f5 here? Because f5, f6 seems really a strong idea. And well, how much time is he having, by the way? Oh, Adiban is thinking. He played f5. Leon pushes his pawn. दोनों चल रहे साथ साथ. हम साथ साथ है. Can we sing a song for these pawns? Ronak is playing. They are actually going towards a draw, but it was ending in a nice draw. If I just had to show you. Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. There is a blunder which has happened. By the way, guys, knight b3, king c2, king e3 happened. King b2 was played by Aditya. And Ronak played king d4. And can you imagine this position could actually go in black's favor? This is shocking. Oh, we need a camera here. But okay, this is shocking. King d4. Why? What did he miss? c2 happened in the game. Knight. Okay, c2 has happened. But still I don't understand. What's the problem here? Because the problem is bishop e6 going to attack the knight and he's going to make a queen. This is the problem. That's the result he played knight. That's why he played knight c5. But here, he's not going to fall for this trick. Hello, Sagar Shah, welcome. C1 queen for knight d3. That was the trick. So he goes king b1, and I think a resignation.
Oh, Adiban what?
No, Adiban lost. Adiban would have lost. But here, what a twist. I cannot believe it. Anyway, very quickly going to also Leon versus Adiban. Yes, Adiban has resigned after f6.
Wow.
He is pretty sad there, but they had Leon must have played amazing. I couldn't follow the game fully, but it was equal, and then slight advantage. So this would be a great game. It's looking at the end. What I am completely shocked is Ronak versus Aditya Mittal.
What happened?
Because Ronak was like crazy winning. Okay, Ronak was so better with his king on. Well, there was no scope that he could have missed anything. And here, if I just take
Aditya, remember yesterday also
I remember. And
against
what
Harsha.
happened? Exactly. Aditya, here what happened? Knight d3 check. यहाँ पे
Did he blunder?
this is a draw. So already white has messed it up here because king with f5 was clearly better. After king c5, he should have, not gone for what he went. Rook c2 or all other moves would win. But rook b6, knight c1, ye mara, rook b2, Aditya comes in with his king. Now check diya, ye aaya. Knight c5 gaya. This is already a draw. Bishop c8. The king cannot advance. e4. This pawn created a world record, Sagar Shah. 53 moves, it did not move. And then it goes e4, c3, knight b3 check. This is fine. King c2. King goes here. King b2. He need not have gone back. He just has to play e5 and it's a plain draw. It's going to be a plain draw. But he goes king c2. King b2.
D3. Oh, king d4.
The problem is now c2.
King d3.
King d3, bishop e6. If you go king d3, there is bishop e6.
Oh.
Loses. So the king maybe needed to be near. Here, even king d3 would have been fine, right? Or no? No, still bishop e6. He's landed in difficult situation.
Knight d4 was the
if
only
knight
move.
c3, king c1. No, sorry, knight c3 what? Knight c1, king c1. Sorry,
And then take on a2.
Yeah, if king c3. The main thing is ये सब सारे light square पे है. Yeah, what did you say? Knight d4 is the only move.
I think so.
Here. So basically you stop c2 from a dark square. That's why it works. But king a2 looks scary anyway.
Yeah.
And then you again had to go king f4 and go for e5. That's the reason coming back was already not a good idea. This mess up would be really hard on Ronak because it was not even a draw. Aditya wins such a kind of game. So
Yeah, how did he win? King d4.
now c2. Knight c5, king goes here, queen. So, right, na?
Oh my god. And yesterday also it was knight bishop. Right? Oh, no, yesterday was knight endgame.
Yeah.
Aditya Mittal is a big fighter.
Yeah, exactly. I
Doesn't give
told
up.
them the same thing because that is dead lost.
Correct.
But he finds some resource.
Correct.
50 मूव में तुमको एक बार एक रिसोर्स मिला ना, changed. In a way, a lot of billionaires who exist in this world, they're like only one idea, right? Changed. Okay, so but my final one more question to you, Sagar. When we were looking at king d3 and here, instead of king d4, instead of knight d4 also and instead of king d4, king d3 c2.
Bishop e6, no? King d3, bishop e6 I think is the main move.
अच्छा, यहाँ पे you want to play bishop e6.
After king d3.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so this is, and so all games seems like to be over. Yes, all games are over, guys. I will quickly show you today. Oh, there is matlab Neiman versus. Oh, look at this rook game.
Winning, no, for white. Neiman is winning.
Yeah, because these are b7 and c7 pawns, and they are becoming a queen.
Yeah.
So white is winning. Okay, so if I must show all of you the results right now, I have the results here. One
Wow.
second. Let me just refresh. No, the results are not updated, unfortunately. But Prag drew, Nihal drew, Aryan drew, and Martirosyan won. So Martirosyan is a sole leader.
Wow.
Yes, let me check. You can or maybe Gukesh won.
Gukesh
So
won?
Gukesh is also in.
Gukesh
Yeah,
beat
yeah,
Arvind.
yeah. Amazing game. Then we are all having these. What else I saw? SL Narayanan lost. Arjun won. Arjun was on 2, so he won. Then Harsha lost. Then Ronak right now lost to Aditya Mittal. Then Vidit won. Then Seturaman lost, I think. He was losing. Leon won. Murli won. Abhimanyu drew. And Abhimanyu won. Okay. So that's all done here. And I think, guys, let me check the chat because I think last few moves I have missed it. And Sagar, how was your day? Maybe you can show us, bring the screen back. Yes. How was your day, by the way? Aryan says 4 out of 7 था but अच्छे opponents थे and पहले से improve था game. I won one game in which I was playing queen versus knight. Very good. Aryan, proud of you. Do keep watching the commentary and giving answers like you dedicatedly do every day. I'm sure it's gonna help. How was Sunday?
Yeah,
Phoenix.
I played a lot today. I played some 22 games.
Yeah.
Today was my playing day.
Acha.
So I did not.
Did you beat? Did they beat you?
No one could even get a draw today. So they were not, because it's not the regular club, right? These are all people who are learning.
But did you try to crush them?
Yeah, I was playing e4 today. I was playing fried liver. I was playing Mora Gambit. So I was trying to do more stuff. Yeah, it was good. Lot of people came, more than 100 people, I think, today also. So it was a successful day. And I think 4 more days to go for the camp. It's been a long journey.
Amazing. Amazing, Sagar. And were there chillis?
Yeah, a lot of things were happening.
So
and
cool.
what about
Guys, do check out Sagar has written the article about this camp which is going on, and you will get a great glimpse. Also, the
Arjun
videos. Arjun was like, okay, can you close your eyes?
Yeah.
Arjun was losing, okay?
Achha.
Like, Arjun was in big trouble. And then later, he was very resourceful, okay? So, 1 second, I'll just. Are you looking here?
Mhm.
Okay, close your, keep your eyes closed, and your, wait. Yeah, white to play.
White to play. I think a typical move here is e6 interference. What else? e6, rook f2, queen f2, queen d3, queen f7, fetch queen f8. So e6 को f6 खेल सकते हैं. I just need to deflect the queen right from there and I'm winning. Rook d4 comes to mind. Rook
Yes, you're right, Keshav.
Rook d5 maybe.
No, rook d4 is right because you have blocked this. And here
Queen
if
b3.
queen b3 खत्म हुआ ना पर
खत्म कैसे हुआ?
why did you play rook d4 then?
Rook d. I just wanted to deflect the queen from that diagonal.
Which diagonal?
a2 f7, a2 g8.
Oh no, you're missing this diagonal.
Sure.
Queen e4.
Oh, queen e4. That I didn't see at all.
That's the reason rook d4. He played queen b3, but even if he goes queen e2, then okay, queen a2 was at least important. He made a blunder with queen b3. He had very less
He also
time.
missed
But
like.
here it was important
what
that
about
here it
queen?
was nice move by Arjun. I think this I forgot to ask. Yeah, rook d3. Because if you take, then yeah. But the classy move for black in 30 seconds, which was difficult to see, was knight g7. Very important. Now the point is if you take, I take. And if e4 is attacked, b3 is attacked. And if you go here, I take. And if you take here, there is e6 and this pawn is winning.
Got it.
That way. The difference between he played first queen b1 check, king h2, and now he plays knight g7. But here the queen can go to f3.
Hmm.
Earlier also it could go to f3. It was very complicated actually. I also did not understand that. Like I have to see the details more. We had less time. We were in time pressure. So this was the exact question. We should analyze it later. Okay. But guys, thank you so much for following because it has been a great day. We started 2 minutes before. We had the camera since the beginning, very beginning. And we kept shifting. Praggnanandha's game ended. Then we had it on Nihal. Nihal's game ended. Then we had it on Gukesh. We saw the final moments of Gukesh. Then after that,
Vidit also scored his first win today.
yes, Vidit, Vidit's opponent made such a big blunder here. Though Vidit had, of course, Vidit had a great, he played amazing.
Practically.
He played good chess, yeah. Yeah, he should have gone bishop d5 earlier. It was important here. So anyway. Yeah, all those who are in Sharjah, I don't know if the tournament is open to visiting by everyone, but the tournament is happening in Sharjah Chess Club. And no, is it happening in Sharjah Chess Club?
Yes.
So you should plan a visit. It's really great to, see all the charm of top players. Indian to hai, they're all there. So do not miss it for sure. Aryan, why did you offer a draw to your opponent in the end game? Keep playing. Good, no, he declined, then you were able to win.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you guys and see you all later.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, round 6. I think
Any
now
questions for Sagar, you can please ask
Amruta,
here.
3.5 points pe now we have Prag, Nihal,
Yeah.
Aryan and Gukesh.
I think Aryan missed. One last question, can I ask you, please? Because I think this Aryan had a great opportunity. Great. And he played amazing, yeah, really. 2 moments, he made beautiful moves at 2 moments, okay? One was this moment, black to play.
Black to play, Aryan.
This moment. Guys, one moment here, black to play.
Isn't d4 working?
Perfect, and he was so spot on time. Here it was the best move to spoil this structure, a great idea. And then he played this, and then king h1, and here Aryan, if Aryan was almost winning, you can say, but he missed it.
Okay, knight f4 is one clearly tempting move. There's also bishop f4. Bishop f4.
So right now let's look, there are two candidates Sagar is calculating in this way. Okay, now which one
There is
will you start
also-
calculating first out of the two?
I think knight f4. attacks the queen.
Okay, so this one
Queen
you'll
has
start
to move.
calculating.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Queen g4 maybe.
Okay.
And then I could go something like, I want to rook lift. Maybe rook e5 with the idea of rook g5. If you take
You're not
queen
worried about
f4,
queen.
then rook e1.
Hmm. Sagar is calculating knight f4.
But there's also bishop
Queen
f4.
g4.
I'll quickly just see if there's something very drastic. Bishop f4, rook c2. I don't see anything very big there. So I will try that. Or there is also a move rook d6 here. Or rook e5 with the idea of swinging into
No,
g6.
let's go with the forcing calculation to complete.
Yeah,
No,
knight
first.
f4, queen g4,
Hmm.
h5. Queen is kind of getting trapped. Maybe queen h4 is there. Queen h4. Or if queen g5, there is rook e5, which could become very strong. So, because if knight f4, queen has to go to, the queen can go to g1 also, but then h3 is hanging. So you can't. So I think queen g4 is forced. And then this rook e5 idea is playable, I guess. Rook e5, h4.
Rook e5 and h5 are two ideas you were saying. Yes, so knight f5 was definitely the strongest move here. And the point here was important. If queen goes to h4, a very important move. Maybe this is, do you think this is something which Aryan could have missed here?
Knight g6 with the idea of queen c7.
Yeah, exactly. And it's game over.
Not
But
easy.
maybe if you play rook e5, yeah, it's not easy because, oh my god, b4 and all of those.
b4. b4.
Because now if you play queen takes b4, this is hanging.
The d8 rook is the problem.
Wow, b4 is such an amazing move that the queen doesn't have
Queen
a good
b6, knight
square.
a4, kya?
Queen b6, knight a4, yeah, and in trouble. Okay, so this one was important, knight g6. Maybe this is what he missed. But if queen f5 here, then you have rook e5, as you said.
Now with the
Now with it's trapped. So this was Aryan would have actually won.
Oh.
So this was something he missed, I think. And then later it ended in a draw. We didn't exactly see in what way, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys, thank you so much. We'll take your leave and see you tomorrow on time. Be there, be more active. Chalo, tada, bye bye.
See you.